and then an intervention, and then UN make it. This isn't likely to be replicated elsewhere. So this is really very special, how Kosovo came into being. It cannot be compared with anything else. So I would use that argument, that narrative, when using public diplomacy and talking to the non-recognizing states, some of whom have engaged with Kosovo, for that matter, Greece, for instance, but Spain is really the most radical one, so we really have to convince Spain. Now, if Serbia recognizes Kosovo, I think all our problems are solved in one go, right? And then the others have said, I mean, if Serbia recognizes, we will follow suit. So I think that's the silver bullet, but a lot of time is needed for that, I'm afraid.
Yes, as you all know, Balkan, it has been always a place where a lot of wars were made in the past. Many Balkan wars, First World War started here, and First World War after brought the Second World War, the War of Balkans after 90. So it has been always a very dangerous place to live. But I think that if we know each other, if we know the history of each other, if we respect each other, if we can collaborate with each other, I think that people love each other. Who creates the problem much more is the politics, that for their own interests, they put people in conflict. Because people in the end, I see that, and also in Europe, they collaborate, they support each other, they love each other. So the politic must learn from the people in Balkan, first of all. And second, I think that Kosovo and Albania are two Albanian states, and the future must be that, first of all, we have to have a strong connection with Kosovo, for example, in many sectors of economy, energy, because it is the best for our countries. And after that, of course, that we have to have a European integration. And as for the region, I know that there are a lot of difficulties, and they are based in history, but not in a real history, but in a political history created by politics that divide people. So if we make the politician much more, close to the people, and if we listen to the people, then I think that Balkan will be a better place to live. We, the new generation, must work for it, to bring people together and to forget the conflict of the past, to learn from them, and also to secure a better future for our children, for our kids, because, they are the future and we have to work for them. And if we that know the past do not call for peace for the future, then it will be a big problem. But for my point of view, and as I see, there are a lot of new political forces in Europe, as it is, and also your political party, that brings Europe together, and we have to pursue this street or this route. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elena. So we have a few more minutes, and I thought we could continue this conversation a little bit. As you said, Cedric, in the end, Serbia's role is key, because if Serbia were to recognize, many states condition their non-recognition on Serbia's stance. So if there could be a bilateral, multilateral solution in the region, it seems that then world recognition would not become such a problem, would not be such a problem. We had some examples from Europe from really difficult cases in which a kind of like multi-dimensional solution that included the integration in a larger European Union provided some help. I spent some time in Northern Ireland, and I remember studying the agreements there, which included the local component of the communities finding a deal between them, but then also there was a component of Britain and Ireland signing agreements. between them and making it just less important who has what passport, British or Irish. Of course, since the UK left the European Union, that again hurt us, and it looked like it might hurt the peace process, but in the end it didn't. The peace process in Northern Ireland even survived Britain's exit from the European Union. So one thing I wanted to throw as an idea there, if you think that in the context of European integration and the final deal that would have to take place between Pristina and Belgrade, if we could in some way de-emphasize the border and citizenship in a similar way that was done in Northern Ireland, so as to find a solution in which in a federal Europe it doesn't matter so much what passport we carry in the future. And the other thing that I want to pose as a question is when we try to overcome some of these conflicts, and here I speak both as an academic and as a politician, I guess. One way to approach it is to see what people have, what other things people have in common. So if they're divided by an ethnic conflict, they may have things that they want to work together on other issues. One of the issues that also as Volt we try to work on is rights, including sexual rights. How do you see the history, first of all, of rights for LGBT people in the region? I can ask you, particularly, Elena, if you have any knowledge about in all these historical studies, are there any mentions of LGBT people in the history of the region that people could refer to as part of the tradition, let's say? And what do you think about civil society working on issues like LGBT rights or other issues that are not about the conflict in order to work across ethnic lines? Again, whoever feels like they want to respond to any of these questions.
Yeah, please.
I know for Kosovo that they're pro-LGBTQ and there's friendly parades and everything, and especially Pristina is very open, so it's not a issue at all, as I said, aligned with EU standards. But I think in the Balkans in general, it can be a huge issue. I also think the war started that way, to be honest. There's an old story about how the conflict in former Yugoslavia started, and it has a lot to do with that, unfortunately. So there's still tensions on that front, but I can only speak for Kosovo, where it's not an issue politically.
Yeah, and for what you said to me before is that we have the civil society must work in the field that unites the people of Balkan. You know, we have the same music, same tradition in food. If you go to Greece, it's not any difference, you know, between Greece and Albania.
I feel like I'm in northern Greece
it is
now.
everywhere the same. Yeah. So as long as we have same tradition, we are here for many centuries, and we have given and we have taken from each other. I think that we have to work in the issue and in the elements that unite us, and not in the elements that divide us. So I think that we have a lot of things to do, and for that, of course, politicians must do their best, but we cannot wait always from politicians, because we know that politicians many times are the reason of the conflicts in Balkan, but also intellectuals, professors, civil society must work to unite the people in the Balkan and to make them friendly with each other, because we have to see for the future. And the future we must secure the future, and the future must be peace.
Very briefly, Ivan, I think the key obstacle here is the status of the Kosovo Serbs in the north of Kosovo. You also mentioned Northern Ireland. There's a big discussion right now on the establishment of an association of Serb municipalities in the north of Kosovo. Big discussions going on, and I think this right now is the main stumbling block. Of course, we have the EU being involved as well via the Brussels process since 2013. There are lots of agreements, binding, not legally binding, but I think what we need right now is implementation. And the latest agreement I've looked it up preparing for this panel. Just last year, there was an EU-sponsored basic agreement, so a fundamental agreement, actually been between Kosovo and Serbia. So progress has really been being made. So I would really remain optimistic about the chances of also EU membership in the end, because in one of the articles of the agreement, Serbia basically says we're not going to block Kosovo from joining international organizations progressing on its EU path. So this looks good on paper, and there's even an article in that agreement in which Serbia recognizes the sovereign equality of Kosovo. So steps are being taken, but as I said, we need to solve that problem of the status of the Kosovo Serbs in the north of Kosovo. I don't have the silver bullet there, so this is a political issue that really needs to be looked at, and maybe you know more about this, Ariana.
I wanted to add that there is an agreement in place that they cannot oppose any membership in international organizations, and they have done so every single time anyways, with no consequences, which is very interesting. Latest also with the COE bid, where they also lobbied against it, even though they're not allowed to. But also a very important issue that really gets neglected a lot is yes, there are Serbs in northern Kosovo. It is a minority. It's around maybe 2 to 3% of our population, but in the north there's 45,000 Serbs. In southern Serbia, there's 70,000 Albanians who are being neglected, who don't have the same human rights, and this is proven by international human rights organizations. As the rest of the population, they have their addresses and their identity passivized, so around 7,000 of them have gotten their ID removed, so they're no longer allowed to vote, their property has been taken away from them. These are like very, very huge issues of like losing your entire identity, even though you've grown up in that country. And unfortunately, it's something that is very neglected. It never gets mentioned, and it's not even on the talking board compared to all of the lack of human rights of Serbs in northern Kosovo, which is just fiction, because this has also been proven. There are organizations in place to check on these things, and they're not lacking anything. They have the same rights as the majority of the population. They also have reserved seats in parliament. They have everything handed to them from us as well, because we do want to treat our minorities right. We do want to be a part of the EU, and we want to have those standards. And there is no violence, there's no attacks or anything like that. And it's very unfortunate. They're also allowed to raise their flag, they're allowed to learn Serbian in school and all of that. Not the same thing for Albanians living in Serbia. And it's a very interesting thing to study as well, and to find a solution, because there needs to be a solution for both minorities. And that's when we can start actually improving our countries.
Yeah, I want to say something about the independence of Kosovo is a fact that cannot be changed anymore, because all the West, the great powers of the world, protected the people, because if NATO would not enter in Kosovo, nobody knows what would have happened with them. In the past, we have had a lot of ethnic cleansings in Kosovo. Many people from Kosovo that were Muslims were sent to Turkey. There are millions of Albanians in Turkey today. Many others were assimilated, the Christians. So we cannot turn history, we cannot turn back in history. We have to see the future. So, and Serbia must understand that Kosovo is an independent state in the guarantee of all the great powers. And that is for the best of Serbia and for the best of the peace in Balkan. And also, in the end, we cannot keep colonies in Europe, because more than 90% of the population in Dardania, they are Albanian. So how Serbia can pretend to have that state as part of Serbia when the major part of the population there are Albanian? So Albania want very good relations with Serbia, Greece, and because we want or not, they are neighbors. But good relations starts with reciprocity, with the respect for each other. And so we must start first to respect each other and to know each other. So Serbia sooner or later, must know Kosovo, and we all must be in the future part of the European Union. Thank you.
Let's hope for that. Thank you, Elena. We are officially out of time. I want to thank all of our speakers and the organizers for this panel. We understand that there is a need for a comprehensive solution in the region to settle these political disputes. Volt is part of the conversation. This was just a panel to open the debate about it. Thank you very much for joining, and we will continue with more topics that have to do with the Western Balkans, with women in politics. We have a lot of things today on the agenda. Thank you very much.
Do you want to explain that to Olga?
Thank you, I learned a lot. Dardania.
Oh, yeah, that's the thing. Like, just tell them sit, and we want to do a video.
Okay. May I have your attention, please? Can we just sit down for 5 minutes? We're going to have a video for our PR department. And it would be nice if some of you smiles. Not all of you, some of you. Okay.
Yeah. When she moves the phone up, do everything you can.
Okay.
Stand.
So, just follow the lead of the co-president, please. All eyes on her, please. Okay. Ready? Are energized? 3, 2, 1, go! No, go ahead. Okay, perfect. Now we do it again. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Well, some, that's okay. That's fine. Some of you were obviously without breakfast, and that was acceptable. And the next session is about to begin, and it's quite an important one, if you know what I mean. It's about the internal syllabus and internal rules. And I would like to invite on stage. Not yet? 5 minutes? Okay. Entertain them. Okay, well. Knock, knock, joke? Okay, so, I don't know, someone got the vibe that the GA is over already? Why is everybody standing? Where are you going? Just, come on. Yeah, well, ask to the person to do that. Hi. Well, it really suits you, the color. Can we do something for the, I don't know. Yeah, just play some music. Do you have Strauss? Just play whatever.
No, I don't have good music.
Can you please keep going? People are leaving.
What? Oh.
Keep going.
Anyway, so can you just please stay here in this room for 3 minutes? We have something very important to discuss, and something that is very important for the future of Volt. Like, it's something, I can tell you what it is. It is a surprise, but you have to be here. Otherwise, there's no point. Honestly, I will just go one by one and tell you what it is, unless you promise me that you're going to keep a secret and not spoil it for the person next to you. But that will take like 30 minutes, and we don't have that. But anyway, so can we have a quick poll about the GA yesterday? Like, how many people enjoyed the dance in the square? Okay. How many people think that we should do another version of it today? Not that much. Apparently the cold did its trick, huh? It was very bitter, very cold. Well, we apologize, it's November. If you came next year in August, maybe we have a better weather. And perhaps I might have my cousin, who is a nice player. and have you entertain you better. So, well, it was nice. It was very awe-inspiring to see you all dancing in the square. I don't know if you've seen the picture of you guys dancing in the square yesterday. You seen that? Yeah, it looks like a heart. It was amazing. Like we were dancing with a heart, and you danced your heart out. And it was something that you, even if you try to plan it, I guess that it will never be the same or get the same level. And that's kind of demonstrate that Volt is something that it really works by your heart. It's something magical, basically. I don't know, I never seen any organization having such bright people, wonderful people, intelligent people, with such a pure intention, working so flawlessly toward a wonderful goal. And for me, it's all inspiring, and I'm very, very happy to be part of it. I don't know, how do you feel about it? Maybe you just don't feel it. Like, I don't know, for some of you might have, yeah. A famous writer was asked about his talent. How do you feel being so talented? And I guess that's the same feeling that you might have. It's like the same taste of the saliva in your mouth. It's been there for so long that doesn't have any taste, basically. But it's there. You have the passion, you have everything, but just you don't feel it. It's like you're getting numb. But you need a GA to understand that you are not alone. You have a lot of people on different countries, different families, same passion. And it's wonderful. For me, it's wonderful. Okay?
1 more minute for introducing.
Okay. So, as far as I can see, the police is tracking down the fugitives, the people who left the room, and they're bringing back with some persuasion. And don't mind the bruises of the people, it's normal. As a famous philosopher said, we're going to teach them our peaceful way by force. Okay, so I guess we're ready for the next session, which is about the change in syllabus for integrity and internal rules. And to do the better explanation and to give us a better perspective of what's going to happen, we have Ms. Teske Welling, which is General Secretary of Volt Europe, responsible for legal. And co-lead for your legal, Marlene Lesson. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, come on in, for this exciting topic. I'm very happy to present it together with Marlene, our legal lead. Today, we're going to talk about the integrity syllabus, and we're going to talk about the internal regulations, which is our governance, which I'm very excited about because I have a background in law, and that means I like all these kind of rules. So I hope you're with me this morning. We thought before we actually start diving into the changes that we propose as a legal team and as Volt Europa, we first talk about what our governance documents actually are. So you have like a basic understanding. We have a few layers in our governance. The first layer is our statutes. Our statutes are like the legal backbone of our organization. They create all the rules that we have to abide by. And then we have our internal regulations. Our internal regulations are a bit more practical. They also discuss the rules that we have to abide by, but they're more of an explanation of the statutes. And then we have our integrity syllabus. And our integrity syllabus is actually more of a practical guideline for how we practice integrity within our organization. This was really important for us. We voted on this last year, and ever since there's been a huge influx on how to deal with integrity within our organization, which I'm really proud of. And for me, as I said, with a background in law, these kind of rules are more than just, the governing rules of our organization. they are the foundation of our organization, a foundation that promotes trust, that promotes accountability, that promotes transparency, and that's why we have our statutes, our internal regulations, and our integrity syllabus. Now, without further ado, the proposed changes to improve our governance. What do we want to do today? So basically, in the last year, we've embarked on a process to improve our governance. We have improved the rules governing the integrity bodies in the integrity syllabus. We have improved or proposed improvements to the arbitration rules. The arbitration rules used to be in the integrity syllabus. We propose to move them back to the internal regulations, and Malin will explain later why. And also what we propose to do is a change to our internal regulations that was actually approved in 2023 already in the GA, but never made it in the internal regulations. And that's why we're here today again to vote on that, to include a quorum change in our internal regulations. That's a roadmap to our improved governance and what we can do today. But we don't stop here, actually. We want to do more and better. And that's why in 2025 we will start working on an update of the statutes, also to prepare for the Euro-party status, which we hope to achieve pretty soon. We'll also improve the internal regulations even more, because at the moment we feel like the text of the internal regulations is quite long and can be improved, and that's why we're doing a complete overhaul. And we're also working on an improvement of the code and conduct in the integrity syllabus. But that's for later, so that's not what we're voting on today, but just so you know. As I said, we have some improvements to the integrity syllabus. Maybe first, what is integrity? For us, a member of Volt Europa acts with integrity. They're intrinsically honest and reliable without pursuing a hidden agenda. They're able to take responsibility for their own actions. They're sensitive to the social problems of Volt Europa and approachable and able to address the behaviors of others. Now, this is like a definition of integrity that is included in our integrity syllabus. And I feel and I hope that all of us can see ourselves in this description. As I said before, the integrity syllabus provides like a framework for us to guide us through the assessment of how people act and whether they act with integrity. It also provides a framework of where to go, because we have an interesting structure in our integrity syllabus, and it's good to know which integrity body you actually need to go to when you're in need. So quickly, this is a short overview of what we have. We have a mediation team. The mediation team really comes into place when there's a conflict between members or even a pre-conflict. And if you need help, if you want an independent, impartial body to help you resolve that conflict. We also have a confident person. That confident person is there also for you to help you, but more in an advisory role. So if you ever feel like you need to talk to someone, you don't know who within the organization, you can go to the confident person. And then we have the ombudspersons. The ombudspersons, they are there if you have a conflict with the body of the organization. If you don't really know where to go in the organization, if you're stuck in the system, they also advise you and help you resolve your problem. And then we have the Integrity Commission. The Integrity Commission is a body within Volt Europa that actually investigates complaints and reports that are made on individual members. And as I said, we propose to change the integrity syllabus a little bit. We've had a read through the integrity syllabus. The integrity syllabus has been approved in 2023. In the last year, we spent some time reading through it and actually improving the language, because the integrity syllabus is there for our members, and we want it to be super comprehensible for our members. So if you read it, that you actually know what to do. And that's why we propose some textual changes. But we've also improved some processes. So, for example, there's a whole long guide in the integrity syllabus on what to do when you have a complaint and how to report it. We've updated the structure of it, not necessarily the content of it, but more, again, to guide you a little bit better. We've updated the structure. Then we have clearer rules on the conclusion of the investigation of the Integrity Commission and the steps afterwards, because I mean, you can ask the Integrity Commission to investigate something, a complaint, but what do you do when they complete it, and what do they have to do? That's now clearly included in the proposal, which also serves more of a guide for the Integrity Commission themselves, so they know what to do and that there's no ambiguity around that. Independence and confidentiality, of course, is super important for these kind of integrity cases. You don't want everyone to know about it, you want the right people to know about it. And you want the right people to look at it. So we've included some really improved rules about impartiality and independence of the people in the Integrity Commission, the mediation team, confident person and the ombudsperson. And then on accountability, previously the integrity bodies were supposed to create a report every 2 years. We thought instead of creating a report themselves, we want to get the integrity bodies together, have them in a room, talk about best practices, do that once every 2 years, and then have the ombudsperson draft a report from it. And that report will be shared with the members. We think it's a better way of reporting back to you and also less imposing less responsibilities on the people in those bodies. Those are the proposed changes to the integrity syllabus. I'm going to now hand it over to Malin. Here you go.
Thank you, Tescu. So my name is Malin Yes, my name is Malin. I'm one of the 2 co-legal leads, and I'm going to be talking a bit about the arbitration committee today and our arbitration rules. So the more legal stuff compared to the more ethical and behavioral bodies that we have. For those who may not be familiar, the Arbitration Committee is a body, an elected body of legal professionals, and their primary responsibility is to solve internal compliance disputes within Volt Europa. And all of this is regulated in our internal regulations and in the statutes. So, what is the issue with our current arbitration rules? Last year, we introduced the integrity syllabus Tetske just talked about. And this was a really important step because for the first time we now have guidance on how to behave, how to interact with each other, and which bodies to turn to for that. However, in this process of introducing the integrity syllabus, the rules on the arbitration committee kind of were also placed into the integrity syllabus, and along the way there are important procedure rules that got lost along the way. So we now have a framework which is, from a procedural perspective, incomplete and doesn't fully support fair arbitration. So since the Paris GA, we at the legal team, we put together a drafting team and we sat together and said, okay, let's reinstate these procedural rules. Let's redraft the arbitration rules because we knew this was coming, but we needed the integrity syllabus to be voted upon. So basically before the Paris update, we had a set of procedural rules for the arbitration committee, and these defined every step in an arbitration process. And currently, we're only left with basic guidelines that don't provide the necessary structure for fair and thorough proceedings. And with this new proposal, we want to bring back these essential elements that we're currently lacking, and our aim is to balance simplicity with effectiveness. So many of you who might have been in Paris experienced the elections in Paris and experienced how long it took until everything was counted and the process was really lengthy. So what we're trying to do is to simplify this process, to save some time because we don't have a lot of time at our election GAs. And we're also, and Tetske already said this, we also want to relocate the rules back into the internal regulations, because the integrity syllabus is the place for our ethical guidelines, for our behavior guidelines, etc. But the rules on the arbitration committee, they're more technical. The arbitration committee is an elected official body of the organization. So the internal regulation is the better place for these very technical and formal rules. Yes. So let's dive into some content of what we're suggesting. So the composition and the impartiality requirements, they will largely reflect those that were in place before Paris. We will have 5 arbitrators, each from different member associations, and no more than 3 arbitrators of the same gender. Arbitrators must hold a law degree or be a qualified lawyer. This is to really ensure that they have the necessary legal expertise. And we really want to emphasize on this aspect of professional experience to ensure the competence of the body. And in addition to the old requirements on impartiality and neutrality, which cover things like don't be employed by the organization, don't hold any other, don't hold public office, don't hold any other role in the organization, we additionally want to clarify that our arbitrators should avoid participating in internal and external debates involved. And this is really to kind of keep them out of the spotlight, because we really want our arbitrators to be there when we have a legal issue. And what we discussed today, we don't know if this might create an internal compliance dispute tomorrow. So to really safeguard their impartiality, we want to have this further clarification. Moving to the, oh no, we're going back. Moving to the rules on the election and the dismissal of arbitrators. As before, our arbitrators will be elected by the General Assembly for a 3-year term. And the Electoral Commission will vet the candidates before admitting them to the election. And as I mentioned, we would like to streamline the election process to 1 round instead of 2 rounds, which we had before, to cover with the time constraints that we have at the GAs. And the rules on dismissal here, our aim is really to align them with how to dismiss a board member, which is also possible by a 2/3 vote by the General Assembly. Now, next slide. On the competences. As I said, the arbitration committee will primarily handle internal compliance disputes, and this may include things like looking at board decisions or appeals by members, for example, if their membership is rejected, application is rejected. Our proposal is that under certain conditions, the arbitration committee may also serve as the dispute resolution body for member associations, and this is new. The requirement here is that the member association does not have their own arbitration body, and we would also require a formal agreement between Volt Europa and the respective member association or associated member association. And we are very much aware that not all the member associations and associated member associations have the resources to have their own arbitration bodies, or there might be other reasons why they don't have their own arbitration bodies. And this leads to currently compliance disputes within the member associations not being resolved. So what we're suggesting here is very much an interim solution, which should cover this void that we have experienced. But at the same time, we are going to start working on a better solution, a solution that is more sustainable, and we want to talk to the country council as well, where all our member associations and associated member associations come together. Oh, no. Yeah, still procedural rules on that slide. So the reinstatement of the procedural rules is really important. I'm not going to talk about lengthy procedural rules here because you can read them in the proposal. But these rules include things like case submissions, deadlines, appointment of rapporteurs, interim solutions, only to name a few. And like before, our arbitration proceedings will not be public, but what we want to reintroduce is the possibility to publish decisions redacted from our personal data, etc., to create case law and also for the purpose of transparency of the body. Coming to my last slide, what I would like to emphasize is the process, how we drafted this proposal. We had a lot of stakeholder input, which was an important part of this process. And our drafting team in EOR Legal reached out to members of the Volt Europa Arbitration Committee, the Dispute Committee of Volt Nederland, the Arbitration Committee of Volt Deutschland, and the European Board. And this was a very much collective approach, which enabled us to gather a diverse perspective on this topic. And I think our proposal that came out is very practical and very well-rounded. And all the feedback that we have received was considered in this proposal and integrated into the final draft. So, on a final note, I would like to give a call to action. We are looking to vote on restoring the necessary framework for the arbitration committee here. So, thank you so much, everyone, for keeping up with all this boring technical stuff. And I would really encourage you to vote on the proposal because a lot of work went into it, and we think it's a well-rounded proposal. And it will strengthen our framework, governance framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there time for a Q&A?
Yes, exactly. That's what we wanted to start with. And we already have a question. Oh, a reminder for everyone. Send your questions in via Pigeonhole and make sure to put it in the Ask a Question because otherwise we won't be able to see it here in our backstage. So the first question we have is, if a national chapter does not have an integrity body, how do you ensure that cultural aspects are taken into account? Will someone from that country be temporarily included in the Volt EU body?
That's a very, very good question. So basically, we would like all our chapters to have an integrity system because we would like them to be able to be there for their members and help them resolve conflicts. If there's no such integrity system, and there is a complaint, for example, and the Integrity Commission of Volt Europa steps in, the Integrity Commission at the moment has a few members, not the most diverse commission at the moment, but we're working on it. And we're hoping by including a diverse group of people in the commission that we already have enough diversity to address all the cultural differences in such a situation. But also the Integrity Commission will, of course, speak to a lot of stakeholders when they do their investigation. And at that time, they can take into account all the cultural differences.
And maybe on the note of we want all the member associations and all the chapters to have their own integrity system, I've actually got requests for that as well. And I think we can, I mean, our integrity system is quite new and we're working on it, we're improving it. But I think this could also serve somehow as like a template for our member associations, and it will be our tasks to take this and go out into the member associations, maybe via the country council, to promote this system.
Yeah. So maybe a call for everyone in here as well. If you're interested in integrity and if you feel like you can help our system by putting yourself forward, please do so. And you can reach out to either me or Malin. Yeah, thanks.
There are no other questions.
All right, yeah, we don't have any more questions. So if anyone wants to ask something, do so now. Or otherwise, I will give back the time to you because we still have some time. So if you want to explain something that you believe you didn't have time before, also free to do it.
Should we do, like, between us a little Q&A about our integrity bodies? Because I think this is something that they all have different names and they all have different purposes. And at least to me, before I first read the integrity syllabus, it wasn't really clear to me, like, oh, for which issue should I go where? And maybe we can talk a little bit about that if that's what interests you.
Yeah.
So Tetske, let's say I have experienced harassment on workplace. There was bullying against my person. I feel really insecure. What would your suggestion be? Where should I go? What should I do?
So in first instance, I would go to the confident person because the confident person is someone who you can trust within the organization, someone who can actually advise you on the route to take in this situation. And in the end, if you know which member it is, and it's a particular dispute that you have with that member, you could be advised by the confident person to go to the mediation team, for example. But I think the confident person is the first place to go.
But now I feel like it's really difficult to talk to that person, and there has been really like language that is not okay involved. And I want something to happen. I want to, where could I go? It's like, I want there to be consequences. What should I do?
Yeah, well, that's a very good question. So, in first instance, if we're in our internal platforms like Workplace, you'd have the moderators who do a really, really good job at moderating the platforms. So hopefully this kind of behavior doesn't even happen. If it does happen and you go to the confident person and the confident person is maybe not the right place to actually enforce any actions against the person, you could file a complaint with the Integrity Commission. In the Integrity syllabus, we have a real clear rules now on how to file that report. So I would recommend reading that. And then the Integrity Commission can take it further.
Thank you so much. That's really helpful.
Good.
We have a question from the public. The question is, how many cases have the integrity bodies handled already?
Good question.
I have no idea.
I have no
honestly,
idea either,
but we have our expert
six
here.
Here.
6? Okay.
Yeah. 6 is the answer. And just to let you know, the Integrity Commission has been there since half a year now, I think. So it's actually like, I feel very proud that we as an organization have been able to install the integrity system with the help of Lucia and a team of amazing volunteers. And that we are now able to address these situations because these situations happened before, but then there was no one actually to go to. So the fact that we've had 6 cases is actually really good because that means that people know where to go and their complaints get dealt with. So.
We have another question about the European Code of Conduct, which is when it will be updated and how can people help to update it?
Yeah, good question. So as I said before, in the integrity syllabus, we have a code of conduct, and at this moment in time, we weren't able to improve that code of conduct in the short time that we had to prepare for this GA. But we want to improve the code of conduct. We want to put better definitions of terms like hate speech, and basically have a better guide for our members to abide by in their conduct towards others. The process is what we now have embarked on is creating a task force to actually look into the code of conduct and improve it. We have a special section on Workplace for that, so if you want to be part of the task force, please come forward, because we really need people. And then the task force is going to talk with different stakeholders, try and define a better code of conduct, and then hopefully within the next year, when we come together in our next GA, we can vote on that.
All right, thank you so much. Okay, so we don't seem to have more questions.
Good.
Or wait, no. Am I seeing this wrong? No, okay, yeah, we don't have more questions. Sorry, my moderator panel was still old. So I will now proceed to formally open this vote. So I want to let everybody know that the vote for integrity syllabus is open and was open at 11:28 a.m. today. And that you can vote until 9 today. So just like yesterday until 21 Central European time. The results of this vote will be communicated latest on the Friday, the 29th of November. In this vote, you will be asked to vote on 3 points. Point A, do you approve to amend the integrity syllabus as linked? Yes. Point B, do you approve to amend the arbitration rules as linked and move them to the integrity syllabus, from the integrity syllabus to the internal regulations? And point C, do you approve the internal regulations as linked, as amended by the addition of the updated arbitration rules and the inclusion of the change to the provision on additional agenda items as already proposed and informally approved at the Bucharest 2023 GA, amending the requirement for additional agenda items to receive support of 1/20th of the effective members to 1/100th of the effective members.
It's a real mouthful, but you
Yeah.
you can read it in your voting form. And we really like to call for your support, not only because the team of volunteers and the legal team has worked really hard on this, but also because it will be a real improvement for our governance. So thank you.
Thank you.
There is a question over here. Can I borrow your mic? There is another mic.
There is a question over there?
Yeah. Can I take it?
Yeah, I was just wondering if you can simplify the third point for us.
Sorry?
If you can simplify the language of the third point for us.
Of the
in a
point?
nutshell.
Oh,
Of-
okay.
for the
Yeah,
voting.
of course. So basically, as I said before, in Bucharest, we had an informal vote on some changes in the internal regulations. In our current internal regulations, we now have that additional agenda items to the agenda of the GA can be added by our members if they have the support of 1/20th of the effective members. In Bucharest already, it was flagged that 1/20th of the effective members, because we're a growing organization, is quite a lot. So at that time, it was voted to change it to 1/100 of the effective members. So if you want to add any additional agenda items to the agenda of these kind of GAs, you now, with this proposal, you only need the support of 1/100 of the effective members instead of 1/20th. So it makes it easier for our members to participate in creating the agenda. Yeah? All right. Thanks very much. That's it.
All right, everyone. Please know that all members that have been members for 30 days prior to this GA can vote, and you find your voting link in your email, in an email titled "Your Voting Link Token." So you just have to click on the buttons and you will be taken to the vote. If you cannot find this email, or if you have any technical difficulties, reach out to us via help@volteuropa.org.
Still open? Okay. So we hear that Volt is the pan-European party, but what it means to be a pan-European party, and are we still forming it, or we achieved the final form of the pan-European party? To hear more about it, I would like to invite on stage George Penn, Alain Dunphy, and Eva Rohen. Please. Okay, call General Secretary at the center, please. Well, are you?
Wait, speaking.
Well,
Yeah.
Go General Secretary, right?
We're starting
You
with the-
just get in the middle.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
better.
sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can
Better
do that
form
too.
Good.
And the data right at the end.
Okay.
So, stage is yours, and please
Thank you,
inform
Alban.
us.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Hi, everyone. Nice to meet you. So I'm one of those new members that joined over the summer because it was super exciting, after the European elections. Yeah, it's been a really warm welcome, so thank you so much. So we jumped on to the Europarty project, right? How to get EUPP status, so that's European Union Political Party status. And so today, what we want to do is really give you the foundation to actually understand what's going on, because it's pretty technical. So what we will talk about today is what is a European political party? Actually, what's that status? Why should we even become one? Why bother? Why is this the first step on our staircase? How do we become one? And then what is our plan, and how can you support in achieving that status, right? So those are the topics that we will talk about. And yeah, and just to connect the dots with the strategy yesterday, right? It's that very first step within our staircase. We're going to go try and make that. Awesome. Great. So, but Eva, maybe you can explain what it actually is, right?
So for all the people who are now wondering, okay, EUPP, that sounds really cool, European Union Political Party, but what does it exactly mean? So I'm going to take you through a bit of the facts. If you get distracted or confused, then I think it can be quite normal. But let's start with the definitions. So we are wondering ourselves, what is a European Union Political Party? Let's start with that last part. So political party is defined by that regulation as an association of citizens which pursues political objectives and is either recognized by or established in accordance with the laws of at least one EU member state. So I talked to some people from Hungary as well. I think even creating a party in one country can already be quite a challenge. But then becoming a European political party actually means that we are described as a federation of national political parties from several member states which are united by political affinity. And I know it's not nice to read from the slides, but I didn't want to mess up the definition, so apologies. Even though it's quite a challenge to actually become a national political party, we currently have 18 political parties in different countries, so on the national level. And today we're going to walk you through how we aim to move from that political party status to the European political party status. Just for sort of an example, there's a difference in, again, the national party and the European party, but then also a European political party and a European Parliament group. So the group is a lot bigger. We might aim for that later.
Yes, it's on the staircase, right? So
it's on the staircase, but for today, we don't really focus on it yet. Examples of European political parties are the European Greens, the Alliance of Liberals and Democrats for Europe Party, for example. But then in the group, it's, for example, Renew or European Greens and EFA. So it can also be an alliance. But I don't want to focus too much on those details and focus on what it means to become a European political party. This is an example scenario. So we need at least 7 elected officials from 7 countries across Europe. And it can be a European, a national, or regional elected official. Yeah, so I know I talked to people about this topic before, and then I thought it also could be on the local level. Apologies, it's only regional, national, and European. Yeah. So you might wonder, okay, this picture looks nice. This is what we are working towards. But for now, we have 5 people elected in the European Parliament, and 3 on the national level. But again, only from 3 different nationalities. So then we are 3 out of 7. So we have 4 missing. But I think we are going to present a great plan on how we are going to get those 4.
Yeah, we are. Okay, great, thanks. So, why become a European political party? Why even bother, with that specific strategy? Why don't we just focus on what we're doing already today? Well, wrong direction. Why focus on that? Well, first of all, we would become an officially recognized European political party. That in itself is a great goal, right, to achieve. So That's step one. Reason number two, though, is because European political parties get funding from the EU. There is a budget that essentially provides, political parties who want to apply for that, some funding to be somewhat more independent, ultimately, from donations and from major donors, right? So they provide such a budget. And we could access that then. Third one, wow, that slide is not great.
Third one is a secret.
Third one's a secret. No, the third one is the third one is really much more about being able to move resources across different areas. So we would receive European legal personality, meaning that we would be recognized as as Volt Europa in all of the different member states, which gives a lot of flexibility. Third one is obviously broad visibility, right? Wow, that means we'll be invited to more debates and so on, news conferences. Our opinion will be asked more and more. So yeah, definitely, let's do that. And then obviously the third one is that flywheel effect, right? So if we are a recognized European political party for all of the, especially the smaller chapters, this is great recognition, right? This is great establishment. So another great reason to do this. So, however, lots and lots of change. I want to stress, even though I'm new, I want to stress that there is a lot that stays the same though, right? So at its core, the organization, or Volt, remains, a political movement that's really focused on inclusivity, connectedness, progressive and meaningful. Sorry, I'm really working on it still, but I feel them. So, but thank you. So, however, we remain core at the same at our core. We just get that extra legal personality that allows us to do more and access more funding. Now, when we talk about funding, what is that? So right now, that 48 million here, that is the total budget for all European political parties. That's not the money that we get, right? So just before you think I'm promising lots. No. I just wanted to be able to give you a bit more of that context of how much money are we talking about and so on, and how can we use that. It's 48 million was the budget in 2024 for all of the European political parties, which is great. There are 10 that exist at the moment. And the distribution share of how this gets allocated are based on two factors, right? One, the 10% is allocated just just equally across all of the political parties. And then the 90% is proportional to the number of MEPs you've got. Right, so that's really important for that year, essentially, when you're applying. So we would, if we were to get European political party status this year in 2025, we would be able to apply for the funding round in 2026. And so that's, we would be able to get some kind of proportion of that. To give you a ballpark figure, but don't quote me on this, it's around 1 million if we would be able to get this based on our current conditions, right? So, yeah. Spending conditions, how could we spend it though? Obviously, there are strings attached to that. It's really mainly based on administrative costs and funding of, for example, research, cross-border events, etc. Stuff like the GA, and some personnel that works on that level. So very operational. Yeah. And then finally, money for EU elections only. So this is not money that we can allocate in every single national chapter for elections. This would be only for EU elections that we would be able to use that money. So we want to make that very, very clear right off the bat. Do I need to speed up? Yeah, no? Okay, I'm good. This is an incredibly difficult slide, and I left it that way intentionally. I'm going to come there. It's the reason how to become an EU political party. And I want to focus on two key requirements. Eva briefly touched upon it, right? Those 7 elected officials, elected officials in 7 different member states.
See, I thought it was kind of difficult.
Yeah, it's tricky. Well, I wanted to just give you the full story so that you clearly have that in mind, right? So there are 2 key requirements to be able to apply and submit that application package to the authority. One is the representation requirement, and one are some specific governance requirements. When it comes to the representation requirement, we either need to have, at least 1 elected official on European level, on national level, or on regional level, right, in 7 of the member states, 25% of the member states. Or have 3% of the vote in the last European elections in a quarter of the member states, so 7 member states. Since we didn't get 3% of the vote in 7 member states yet, we will focus primarily on that other one, on getting the, the elected officials. And, people cannot be part of 2 parties, right? So make that also super clear. So members are only vote members in this case. When it comes to the governance side of things, just to give you some clarity on what's coming, there's really 3 aspects that are important to know. The statutes will need to be somewhat reviewed just to make sure that they fully align with the requirements of a European political party according to EU. I mean, we're pretty much there, but who knows? There might be tweaks or so that will have to be proposed to the GA. Second part is we will need to ensure that all the transparency processes, etc., are in place, right? So think of our financials, how our donations are reported and so on. There'll be clear requirements from the EU as to how we manage those. And then finally, be prepared for auditing, right? Of course, we're an official European political party that's getting lots of funding from the EU. That means that we also get audited on a regular basis. So that means we need really the structures in place to be able to manage that, right? To be able to do that professionally and not lose EU political party status too quickly after that. No, just kidding. Sorry. No, sorry. Okay. But either way, George, maybe you can show us the plan on how to get there.
Fantastic. So now this is the exciting bit, is how we do it, right?
Yes.
The why is also cool, the what is also important, but how we do it is also super important. And there are 3 core building blocks that we need to have in place for us to be able to do this, right? So the first thing that we need to do is we need to get these elected officials, right? So we've built a working group that's going to be working specifically around that, about identifying tactics that we need to be employing at the local level, potential opportunities for election success, and potential defectors that might join us. The second one is what Alain was just talking about, that beautiful slide that he had with all the text, is super important that we get that right, but there's also other things, right? We need to make sure the statutes are in place, the financial pieces are all moving in the right direction for us to get that status. Then the last one, and that's what I will be responsible for, so that's also good, is the communication and public relations, right? So we need to make sure that internally it makes sense, we're telling a story that makes sense, that everyone understands what we're doing, that we are all moving in the same direction. And the second piece is externally, we're also telling the same story, a consistent story internally and externally. We see that the most important thing in terms of moving forwards with this is that we all remember, as we said, that nothing really changes. It's just a status change. And actually, the things that change are positive because it's actually more influence and more scope to be effective. So, some stakeholders.
Sorry,
yeah.
Can we just jump back to the previous slide briefly, just to stress that part on the national chapters. Obviously, right, we're building some tactics on how to, best, for example, acquire defectors, etc. But it's with the national chapters, right, that all of the magic really happens, right? Yeah. So every single national chapter knows best, who are potential people that, could be able to move and fits to vote.
And we'll obviously be working with you guys to identify that, help to empower you, but we can't do all of the work because we're a small team. So, stakeholders, quickly, we will have monthly meetings with the European board. We will be updating the country council on more or less a quarterly basis. Also, as we mentioned before, because we use the country council obviously to update a broad number of chapters in one go, right? But the important thing is that we will, through the country relations office that Achille is going to present a bit more about later, we will be in much more regular contact. So the chapters will know what's going on. The country council is just a way of also formally making that a bit broader. Then Vault members, right? So this is stage 1, right? Ensuring that you guys have a presentation at the GA so you can understand what's going on. But there's going to be more, and there's going to be Q&A sessions throughout the next year, and that's super important that we tune into that because we want, as we said, I can't stress this enough, it's super important that we're all rowing in the same direction on this piece. a little word on timeline. So the magic date is the 30th of September 2025. That is the date where we will know whether we have the funding application. Before we do that, we need to have a lot of things ready though. Before we do that, at the beginning of September, we need to have put in the application. Basically, we need to put it in August, and we will know early September whether we can apply for that funding. So what that means is all of the things that we've discussed, supporting chapters in targeting elections and getting defectors, coordinating all of those things, that needs to have happened. We need to have those 7 elected officials that we were talking about before. All of the legal, structural finance pieces need to be in place. So this needs to happen by then. And then obviously implementation of the PR strategy is mostly before, because it's a story we're telling, but then obviously the great thing about that magic date of the 30th of September is we can start to celebrate some wins.
Ambitious, but
Yeah.
that's when we thrive, right?
Exactly, exactly. So I just want to do something quickly. How you guys can help, right? Because we're a member-based organization, volunteer-based organization. We want everyone to also have their specific bite-sized chunk that they can play in this project. So in the room, can you give a cheer if you are from Volt Cyprus, Volt Germany, Volt Netherlands? I think you could probably do a bit louder though, no? A bit louder? Good, okay. So you might be sitting here going, okay, we've got some elected officials. We don't need to do anything. Is that what you're thinking? No, exactly, that's good. So we're a pan-European political party. So what this means is you guys need to get involved in elections around Europe, right? When you see that there's an opportunity to help out in a country which doesn't have an elected official yet on one of those levels that we talked about, you guys need to get involved, right? Do it. The fantastic thing about this organization is that you can go and campaign all over Europe. That is incredible. So that's very, very cool. So that's one thing, but also it's about internal accountability as well. So talk to your fellow members. So if you want to know how you can become a Euro party when the next elections are in Luxembourg, for example, you can come and visit me, then talk to me about it, right? Talk to your fellow members. Super important. If you're not part of one of those chapters, please raise your hand. Please shout. I think you could also go a bit louder, no? So for you guys, it's slightly different. But essentially, you still have to, get involved and also bring the energy. Number one, working with the European level. So when we work with you guys, make sure that you are in touch with us, identifying defectors, and making sure that you are identifying those electoral opportunities as well as possible. Get involved as well, nationally, right? We're talking about getting involved at the European level, connecting with us, but also engage, right? Engage with your local elected officials, with your local chapters, and make sure that you're working towards that goal. So what you can expect from us, just briefly, regular updates. So again, this is update number 1 of many. You can expect the Chapter of Relations Office. I'm really hooking and teasing Achille's next presentation, the Chapter of Relations Office, because he will present that in a moment. But we will be in contact with you on a regular basis through the Chapter Relations Office. Engagement survey. So we're going to work on an engagement survey where we want to understand what your concerns are about becoming a Euro party, what the problems and challenges are. We want to do a sort of a big data approach to that so that hopefully we can get some responses. So when you see that, respond to it, because it will be really useful for us to identify messages and create a coherent narrative. And then regular info sessions. Again, fairly similar to the regular updates, but again, we are really committed to making sure that this you are all informed and we're all, as I said, rowing in the same direction.
Excellent.
And reach out to us if you have any questions, especially Alan, because he's new as well.
Hey!
Woo.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Yes. Achille, the stage is
Thank you. Good morning. So I am Mr. Achille or Dr. Achille. It depends. Okay. 1 minute, please. There are.
Hi. Just before we start with the next presentation, I just wanted to let people
I'll go
know.
away.
I just wanted to let people know that Albert Room, there's a discussion on the Western Balkans in the EU happening, and we would really like some people to go. Is it upstairs? Upstairs to the Albert Room and just give your opinion and get involved in there. We need you to go upstairs and get involved. Not everybody, because it's only a 100 people room.
First need to introduce all of you.
Because first I was told that I should. You told me go on stage.
Yeah, no, I'm your one of yours. They just need to introduce the breakout sessions. And
All right.
Okay, Ashil, you can take the stage now. You're welcome on the stage.
Please go. Go.
Yeah. That was it. That was the announcement I needed to make. Yeah. Yeah, you can come back on stage. Thank you. I just needed to let people know that we've got another discussion happening.
Okay, so. All right. So I shall go away again. All right.
Tell us what you do. Tell us what you do. What's your role? Can you introduce yourself?
Yes. So my name is Achille Koelegracht. I am one of the 3 general secretaries in Volt Europa. And on my side of the organization, I'm really heavily involved in community topics, and community academy, also growth, expansion, and I work a lot with liaising with the chapters. And so connecting the dots, breaking the silos, that's what I aim for. So yeah, we are going to hear as a natural evolution of the previous presentation that was done by, brilliantly executed by Alain, George and Eva. We're going to speak a little bit about how to get to this, to the targets that we set ourselves. And in order to achieve that, we created something which is called the Chapter Relations Office. To talk to you about that,
could I have 1 second, please? I'm really sorry. We keep interrupting you.
No problem.
Because we started this session earlier, I just quickly want to introduce to everybody what it is that this session is about. So if you are a small chapter who is struggling to grow, a mid-sized one that still hasn't fulfilled its potential, or even a big one that wants to share more best practices, we have good news for you. We're initiating the Chapters Relations Office, a new team that liaises between chapters and European functional teams. But that is not all. We are also introducing the Community Pole, a new team that combines the best of academy, community and expansion. Together, our mission is to listen to you, be European and help you access the resources you need quickly and effectively, avoiding effort duplications and will reinventing. We want to break the silos on the separate teams, facilitate working together more closely, and bring together members from all over Europe. There is a lot we can do together and a lot still to discover. I'd like to introduce the speakers for this session.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. Shall I take it from here?
Please do.
Okay, thank you. That's nice. All right, good. So let me welcome on stage Maartje Huurning and Annalena Koffler, who are going to do this together with me. Yeah. All right. All right. All right. So most of you already know we had an expansion team. We have a European expansion team, work with lots of chapters around Europe to help us grow, to help us thrive, to help us be more successful. This expansion team is evolving into something bigger, which is the Chapter Relations Office, and play. I think. All right. We can also skip it if it doesn't. Okay. Yes, right. Great. No sound.
And I'm Matthias Stranges.
And we are
the Chapter Relations Office. It's an initiative created by European Expansion Team in collaboration with the Country Council, the European General Secretary Office, and the Foundation Voltaire. And we decided to join forces for a stronger expansion team, the Chapter Relations Office.
So we wanted to create the highest impact for the national chapters. Therefore, the purpose of this structure is to support the chapter themselves by liaising between the European functional teams and the national chapters.
So how do we do this? We do this by facilitating information sharing and ensuring that the right information goes to the right people and the right chapters. We do this by figuring out together what action plans we can use through accountability and responsibility.
So to summarize, the Chapter Relations Office is a new and improved team specialized in and focused on supporting the bidirectional relations between the national chapters and the European level.
So if you're curious to see who is part of this team, how we work together with other chapters and what support we have to offer,
please stay tuned in for the rest of the presentation.
All right. So Mattia and Mara could not be here today, but I really wanted them to be on stage somehow because they are really helping us with supporting this initiative operationally. So yeah, many thanks to them, and also to Dominique, who is here in this room somewhere, but he wants to be, he doesn't want to be identified. So his name is Dominique Schneider. He is from Wuppertal, so you can find him. All right, so the Chapter Relations Office is structured basically out of what the expansion team was. So there are 10 team members now who are currently working in supporting smaller chapters, going from Poland to in the Balkans to the Baltic and so forth. We added also project cells to it, so people who are going to specifically work as consultants on dedicated topics such as growth, such as election campaigns, where European input can be provided, coordination, and lots of other things, strategy, and of course the Europarty project, which was mentioned to you before. So this team, currently approximately 20 members. If you want to join this, please reach out to me, because we definitely want to grow this to at least 35 people. This team is actually, let's say, coordinated, overseen, and supported by myself from the European GSO office, working together with the European board, together with the Dutch Foundation Voltaire, Maartje, and the Country Council office, here with Annalena Koffler. So the idea was really to break the silos, to work together, also to work together between Country Council and European level and so forth in this initiative, okay? And then,
yes,
over to you.
Hello. I thought it would be good to also include a little bit about what Voltaire is, because it's an assumption, but I think for some of you it's maybe the first time that you've heard about it. So Voltaire is an international foundation. We were established in 2021 because we got 2 seats in the national elections in the Netherlands. Our main goal is to strengthen democracy, and we do this specifically through citizens' participation. This is still very broad, but it means that we really want to support, empower citizens, so voters and non-voters, to be part of democracy. We have different kind of activities, but one of the main activity is helping chapters via projects. And you can see the 3 elements that we want to be in the project for us to be able to support it. So it needs some informant, it needs some engagement, and obviously we want to have some sort of impact on the local, national, or European level. A plus is if the project can also be a best practice for another chapter. So we can share experiences and make the impact even bigger. Next to projects, we also are working on an e-learning platform, which will have all these type of different trainings on there that could be useful for you as a team. Next to the platform, we will also be developing, we are developing a merch web shop so you can all wear your beautiful purple shirt. If you have cool ideas, if you want another type of merch, or if you have a training that you think would be very useful on the platform, you can always contact me via the email address that is down below.
Thanks for the fantastic advertorial. Right? So what we want to achieve in 2025, our main goals are actually 3 of them. So the first one is we want to achieve this Europarty status, and we need to do this before August, together with you. So I'm really going to be super mobilized together with the European Board to make that happen. We have, let's say, there are some trajectories that we think are already there, that we know of. We think it is not easy, but it is possible, and so yeah. It's a real important project. Second is we want to provide stronger support to all the chapters. So you had already an expansion. Expansion is going to be mobilized for all the chapters, not just for the super small ones, also for the other ones. And we want to improve, let's say, a lot of things that we already did here and add some energy there. But last but not least, we are able to support 4 focus chapters next year, on which we can, provide, let's say, a little bit more hands-on support. Therefore, because we cannot support everybody at the same time, at the same level, it doesn't mean that we do not support the others, but it's just that we do not support them right now, immediately, at the same extent, right? We choose these chapters because we hope we have an opportunity there to really break the glass ceiling and create some very powerful dynamics around Europe. And happy to give it to Annalena.
Exactly. So the first steps, of course, was collecting the data. There was a survey that was filled in by most of the chapters. It was on the country metrics, but it was also on the electoral system and on the structural situation of the chapters themselves. It would help, yeah, thanks. And then, of course, this input was evaluated. So it was studied, plans were created, and it was seen what opportunities and what possibilities there are. And there is different types of support. Of course, there's the financial support, but this is really also about people power support. So it's on consultancy, the academy is helping. There is some special hands-on support for the small chapters, some support for communities with communities, and yeah, exactly the financial support. And what is also super important, that there is a dashboard that will be created with all the data in, that is also going to be published and made public for everyone to see what the data is exactly about.
Okay.
Exactly.
The most exciting part. So the 4 chapters that we will focus on and give extra support are Greece, Portugal, Italy, and Cyprus. So as she said, there will be different kind of support, but what you can see is that we will give financial support from Voltaire, as well as that we got a European donor that is giving specifically to Portugal and Cyprus extra support, financial support.
Exactly, and all these 4 chapters are going to benefit from our European, let's say, teams. We're going to work together on their projects. We're going to define the exact plans and how to articulate them and how to execute them, and we're going to accompany them along the way to get there. So this team, this chapter relations office, is part of a collaboration, which is called the Community Pole, in which we work together with the European Academy and the European community teams. We work together, also here to break the chapters, to help to channel specific projects and support from these teams to the chapters, but also to other teams around Europe. And to speak further about that, I'm going to give the floor. Am I allowed to do that? Okay. I'm going to give the floor then over to Daniel Matteo, who is going next. welcome, Daniel. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Okay, thanks.
Okay, as a European Academy, our purpose is to empower the people powering Europe. And there's a lot of power in this word, I know, and it might sound a little bit BS, but our belief, our philosophy is not that there's anyone giving power to anyone else. It's more, we already have it, we already have this potential, and our purpose is to help you tap into that, right? Get rid of obstacles, get a new perspective, get a new skill set. So that's more or less the philosophy. Our mission next year will be to provide tailored training, tailored learning experiences to you, so to build leadership, to train candidates, and to support you with policy know-how. Now, I said we, it's not only me, yeah? It's a whole team, and this is it. We have Isabella Pinucci, myself, Dani Matteo, we've got Anita Sepreni, Pascal Wengerter, Felice Malzahn, Tobias Albrecht, Tessa Müller, and many more who are trainers, coaches, experts on policy topics, and they are actually the ones delivering the trainings. They're the ones delivering coaching. So there's a whole team there. What you will perhaps ask yourself is, who's leading this team? It's not me. It's no one. And so we are currently experimenting with a new way of working. It's called a self-managing team. So it's essentially what this means. Everybody here has their own project, is responsible for their own project. In addition, they have the management tasks that typically only one person fulfills, or two people. We're splitting up amongst ourselves. Right, so it's a new way of working. We're also learning as an academy how this will work out. So yeah, bear with us, and we'll share what we learned from that experience. What is it that we have planned for next year, 2025? I'm going to present you 6 projects. The first 3 projects, probably most of you that you have heard of them. Maybe you've participated in them, right? So the first 3 projects are these: Scale Velocity, Consolidate Run for Volt, and Policy and EU Masterclass. So Velocity, first of all. Who has heard of Velocity? Just raise your hands just to get a sense. Yeah, okay, maybe 10%, 20%. Velocity is our leadership development program. Yeah? We've run it for the last 3 years. It's really the flagship leadership development program that we have. Some of the participants are now in the European Parliament. I'm not saying that's the reason why they are in the European Parliament, but they participated in the program. And it's a leadership development program. So if you are exercising leadership somewhere involved, or you're stepping into that role, this is a program for you. And next year, what we want to do is we want to make it bigger and better. So our goal is to have 200 participants next year only. And it's a pan-European program, right? Like leaders from throughout the organization. Second project is Run for Volt. Who has heard of Run for Volt? Yeah, more. So last year, we ran Run for Volt for the European elections. Now, there are no European elections, but there's still elections happening throughout the chapters. Our goal is to really consolidate the best of Run for Volt that we have in the chapters. The Dutch, the Germans, and other chapters have fantastic Run for Volt programs. We want to make it accessible to all chapters, right? A playbook, content for anyone who's running for office. And then the last project here, the third project, is Policy and EU Masterclass. Who's participated in a policy training or an EU Masterclass training? Yeah, okay, also a few. So expect more of it next year, like short interactive policy sessions, so you know what the policies are of Volt and are also able to communicate them effectively. And then secondly, EU Masterclass, just understanding how the EU works. Yeah? For example, the legislative process, and again, be able to explain that. So these 3 projects, yeah, we've already done them, but we want to make them bigger, better. And then the next 3 projects, somewhat new initiatives that we're doing. So safe and regenerative culture is the first one, Team Citizen, Europa, and then becoming the school of choice. What's behind each of them? First one, safe and regenerative culture. As an academy, we've got this privileged access, right? So participants of our coachings, of the trainings, they come and they share the challenges that they're facing. And what we've noticed is a pattern where not always in Volt do we provide this safe and regenerative culture. And sometimes it's quite the opposite. And ideally, you would expect someone who's in politics and tries to change something in society. That's hard work. When you come back into Volt, you want this to be a safe, supportive, energizing environment. Not always is this the case. So this project really wants to understand what aren't we doing well, what could we do better here, and then suggest a few ways forward. Second is Team Citizen Europa. Who's heard of that? Team Citizen, Team Europa? Yeah, only really a few hands. This is a best practice coming, I would say, originally from the German chapter. They've run it before the European elections and are currently doing it. The Portuguese are doing it now. There are more chapters interested in it. What is it? It's a recruitment program. It's recruiting people from outside of Volt who are interested in joining politics, interested in joining Volt, and supporting them with a training program. Yeah, super successful project. One of the participants is now in the European Parliament, Nela Riel. And what we want to do is we want to support this exchange of best practice. We want to make this available to all chapters. So there's not just the Germans and the Portuguese who are doing this, but any chapter could do this. Yeah? And then lastly, become a school of choice. This is an ambition that we have, that if you think of your personal development or professional development in politics and Volt, you also think of the academy. Yeah? And to be that for you, we still need to do some things better. We want to make really accessible what our training plan is. And also, you've heard it from Matje, think of e-learning features as well, so that at any point you can access learning when you want it and exactly what you need. So these are the projects. Just to sum up, if you are interested in any of these projects, you want to contribute or you want to participate, get in touch with me or write an email to academy@volteuropa.org. Thanks for your attention. And now over to Christian for the community.
Good, sir. The community team. Our goal is creating safe and vibrant communities across Europe, within and outside of Volt, with societal impact. The same as Daniel just presented for the Academy team. Short overview of our team. I want to first start with Rihanna. She's actually stepping down and currently watching from home. So can I ask you a big shout out, big applause for Rihanna. Many thank you for her. Of course, Thomas, myself, and a new team member, Serafine. And at the moment, we're actually looking for more coordinators in this core community team. I also want to do a quick shout out to, again, Dominic, who's standing over there, wants to be anonymous, but can't. Achille, of course, and Rosalie also in the back, helping out with this main stage. And of course, many, many more contributors to the European community team and the moderators, the moderation team of Workplace. They have a difficult job. Some of our projects for 2025. One project is restarting Meet Volt Europa, a monthly event where online, where new members and existing members can come together, where we host events and support information sharing. Also a new project, Voices of Volt, where we're setting up multiple series of interviews geared towards increasing listening to each other regardless of differences, creating a fight against that polarization. And of course, already just mentioned them, we need better moderation of the current, but especially also the new community platform that was presented yesterday. Some other projects, of course, as the community team, we have to support the different community coordinators of the different chapters. But the chapter relation office is also, of course, doing that a lot but we're also going to actively reach out more to the different community coordinators, share best practices, and facilitate cross-border collaboration. But Volt is not only a group of different chapters. No, we're an organization, a movement of different communities, all different types of communities, different geographical communities, diversity communities, and since recently also thematic communities. And we're now in this new year also really going to support these types of communities next to the chapters. We're going to do this with the Europapa project, more on that later. And of course, we're going to help all these community coordinators with the new community platform. A bit more on those geographical diversity and thematic communities. We have identified, well, it's a bit of an arbitrary categorization, but we have identified 3 different types of communities that we're going to support. Geographical communities, this is all type of communities that are not chapters. It can be countries that are not chapters, can be a region, can be a city, but can also be cross-border communities, such as the cooperation between Maastricht, Agen, and Luik. Secondly, we're really going to focus on European diversity communities. In our vision, these are pan-European communities, pan-European in essence, and as you can see on the screen, they focus more on a specific demographic group. There are already a few in existence, but more are starting. And last but not least, a new concept, European thematic communities. A group of voters joining together on a specific policy domain, talking, connecting, but also having in that domain societal impact with societal activities. Maybe you're already familiar with one, the Digital Affairs thematic community. Reinier mentioned yesterday the defense community, and many more thematic communities are starting, such as the community on agriculture, nature, biodiversity, etc. But we don't, at the moment, have an oversight of all these communities, and you also don't have them. So with the Europapa project, we're going to identify all these communities, make them visible somewhere online for you to reach them, for us to reach them. And this is a nice project, and there are many flyers for the Europapa project in the back there. So go there, scan the QR code, and if you're from a community, sign yourself up so that we can find you. This on the community team. But as Achille already mentioned, we're now actively going to cooperate with the Academy team and the Chapter Relations Office. All about breaking those silos. By creating one team with a holistic perspective that can help you expand, communicate, educate. And for this, we also have some core projects and want to bring up Daniel back on stage.
Stay here, huh? Stay here.
Huh?
Yeah. Really quick. I think something like this is one of the projects of the poll itself, to have a new onboarding deck, right? Like that really reflects the current new strategy that has the core values, the core political positions, but also, the key information, where to find what, everything that you need. And you can clearly see this is a project that if the community team only would be doing it, something would be missing, right? If the academy only, something would be missing. So there's a clear, best practice idea of a project where all of the inputs are going to be needed. And the other projects also, just very briefly, you've heard of these yesterday and today. These are all projects that are in this vicinity, in the area of the community pole, the Eurosense, the Euro Party, workplace replacement. All projects where these inputs will be needed from the different parts of the community pole. That's it. Questions?
Questions. And Achille also come back on stage. I believe questions are going via Pigeonhole, right? Yes.
We have a lot of questions. So let me start. Okay. And we have, by the way, 25 minutes of questions, so we're going to try and go through all of them. So the first question that I have for you here is, where was it? Here. For Cross-border collaboration. It is challenging to know whom to contact in a neighborhood chapter to know who in that vault is geographically close to the shared border. Will you facilitate this?
This question.
Yes.
Who is volunteering to answer this question?
I will go on the geographical communities.
Yeah.
We really want to visualize all these different communities within Volt across Europe, so that if you want to set up, let's say, a cross-border collaboration, you can just look up, hey, there's a community just across the border of Volt, and immediately with details how to connect with them, and maybe even advice on like, hey, do this type of project together, because somewhere else in Europe they did a similar type of cross-border project from which you can learn. So we're going to make this visualized on the Volt webpage.
Yeah. Maybe also to add that we're going to have a new community platform, which is also going to make this hopefully easier with the new, let's say, setup and a new structurization of all the communities that we have. That's one of the, let's say, the big plans for this upcoming year. All right. Then I think we can go to the next question.
Yep, so the next question is, so where do we go when we want to get in contact with the community poll, for instance, about the onboarding? Do we contact community or academy or chapter relations office?
Yeah, so so there is one email address actually that unites them. So there is somebody to call to get in touch with the community poll, and then we can identify who is going to pick up the project in the best possible way.
community.poll@volteuropa.org or a bit different?
It's a I think it's a community poll, one word, @volteuropa.org. But we can publish it later.
Probably good to know.
We
for the
can.
people
We
here.
will send it. Maybe a workplace announcement about this. Yeah.
The next question is, both Volta and Volt Academy offer trainings. What is the difference, or are they working together on this?
Yeah, that's a good point. We're working together, actually. So we've got a meeting after this session as well. We've had meetings before. It's not just trainings, it's also e-learning, right? Because so far we've had a little bit of offering on Google Classroom and so on, but not really as we would like it to be. And now we've got resources involved there, really investing in something that is a standalone thing. So I think the message here would be expect to see more, especially on the e-learning side. On trainings, I would say whatever we have here in terms of leadership development, candidate preparation policy, that's really, that's already there. That's what we've been doing the last years, what we're doing better and bigger. I think the focus here right now from Voltaire, correct me if I'm wrong, is more on the democracy topic, supporting democracy. But then obviously we will be adding to that as well, and so, yeah. But if you think of leadership development, candidate preparation, all the programs that I just presented, they're there. Yeah.
Thank you. Next question. So if chapters did not get money that was just announced, does that mean they won't get money in 2025?
Yeah, all right. So, first of all, not all chapters sent in proposals, right? So it's probably 1 out of 2 who did. So I think that's the first part. We are mobilizing a big chunk of what we have to the focus chapters for next year. It doesn't mean that it's 100%, but it's a big chunk, right? So there are some other resources available, which can be unlocked on a case-by-case basis, and also depending on how, let's say, our team and projects are unfolding next year. So that there is some space to support additionally, but we really want to stay focused, stay concentrated on our main goals, and we cannot concentrate on 30 different teams at the same time. So that's the reason for it. I hope that answers the question. There is a follow-up?
No, the question also included, will they have a chance to eventually receive money in the future?
Yeah, oh, wait, so I thought there are other resources right now. In the future, yeah, because this is not, let's say, support to only 4 chapters right now. This is, we are kicking this off with four chapters. And then next year, 12 months from now, we will again identify 3 or 4 other targets, other chapters, hoping that the chapters that we accompany this year will have reached, let's say, another level of self-sustainability, of development, and of potential and opportunities to develop their own programs in full autonomy.
So the next question is, first of all, it says thank you for your hard work, but also how is the CRO involving elected officials to strengthen the chapters, especially the MEPs?
All right. How do we, so actually, I also liaise with the elected officials office. The elected officials office are, let's say, they have, of course, they have their own projects, they have their own scope, they have their own priorities. The elected officials will work together with us on things like, for example, thematic communities as well, where thematic communities can definitely be a great addition, which is something that's channeling through the chapter relations office. And I also, by the way, I want to use this moment, this occasion, to say a big shout out to Joost Pluimen, who is in the back here, and because he is the guy who set the cornerstones for this and who kicked this off. So yeah.
Shout out to the Volt machine.
Yeah. And so yeah, and then yeah. If we can, as chapters, how we can interact with elected officials on other stuff, that's definitely something on our mind. It's definitely also something. So I was myself at the elected officials summit on Friday. It was a super interesting experience actually, and this is still, there is still a lot of work that has to be done for that next year. Not yet 100% in place.
Thank you, Achille. The next question, which I'm going to translate a little bit, it's can teams from larger sub-chapters, such as, the question says Bundesländer, so basically regions or provinces, also work with the CRO?
Yeah, of course. Of course. So, all right, let me say first, when we started this, our first priority was to help the smaller chapters. So specifically not directing ourselves to the Netherlands or Germany, but focusing to get more pillars under the table for Volt Europa, because these are the, let's say, these were the chapters we thought need first assistance. But that's not all. We definitely will want to work also in close alignment with the Dutch chapters and with the German chapters, the Länder, the regions and so forth. Absolutely, 100%. There's a lot of things that we can all learn from each other. There's a lot of best practices to be shared. There's a lot of, I think we can maybe add something to them, and we definitely hope that the German chapters can add a lot also to the chapter relations office, to the smaller chapters around Europe. Okay, next one.
So the next question is, what's the path to achieve the Euro Party in 2025? And on this, obviously, focus on your work to answer this question.
So yeah, what is it? The trajectory is to find, let's say, at least, yeah. So we need to let's say we need to win four countries. That's the plan. We have 3 for now. This is not going to be achieved by mere elections in 2025, especially because we would have to win the elections before August. Okay. So that means that we are going to reach out and speak to people who are friendly to us, who are Volt-minded, that can be regional, and they sit in regional assemblies across Europe. They can work in the national parliaments or European. People who are like-minded to us, people we can get engaged, people we get in discussions with, and people can be convinced to join Volt in this effort. So the scope is really to bring people over into Volt at this moment.
So we have another question from a community person, and it's a community-minded question, I think. It is, dear all, I'm a Vault member but live in Svalbard, which is part of Norway, and was therefore never attached to any chapter. I'd love to be an active contributor, not a anonymous participant. Whom shall I contact with this?
To get in contact with another person from the local community. In the end, Workplace is for now our main community platform. But I don't know if Norway has assumed another chapter. Then setting up a Norwegian geographical community would be amazing. And for that, you can reach out to community@volteuropa.org.
Yeah. Maybe to add here, to go into your lane, it is especially meaningful and interesting for Volt members who are living a little bit in isolation around Europe, be it in Estonia or in Madeira or wherever they are. If you want to contribute to Volt Europa, the thematic communities are a fantastic way to do that, actually. To get engaged in topics that are interesting to you, to work together in a European setting, having an impact, contributing to our policies, contributing to pan-European thematic initiatives, and contributing to shaping Europe to the way you would like it. So, doing the sales pitch for you.
You should have done my presentation.
Okay.
Thank
Next
you.
question?
Yeah, so next question. Can we find a way to make a clear, comprehensive organizational chart accessible to all new members so that they can easily know which teams exist at the European level and how to contact them? Thank you.
Yeah, very good point. Definitely, we have to do that.
Yeah. To add on this is also a part of the key project of the whole community poll on the onboarding deck, where a new member has one place with information on all communities, teams, etc., but also of core values and political positioning, and to work from there.
Awesome. Next question. What do you think will be your biggest challenges moving forward with this initiative?
So on my side, I think what is always needed is to always have to add fuel to the projects, because the important thing is to maintain the energy level and, where possible, increase the energy level, the level of excitement. We always see in Volt Europa there's always hundreds of projects that take off with people that have fantastic ideas. And then to make this sustainable, to make it successful in time, that's really the challenge, to keep people on board, to work in a project setting, to give clear objectives, but also clear, let's say, end dates, delivery dates, so that it's also a biteable project for people that they get engaged in. I think from my side, that's one of the things. Do you want to add something, maybe, Daniel?
Yeah, I think beyond the obvious of a volunteer organization, I would say it's the syncing up with other teams who are working on similar things, right? So the big challenge to avoid duplicate work, or work that is done, forgotten, and then redone. It doesn't make sense. So I think it's a character of a growing organization, but that's going to be the key challenge. Yeah.
To add a little bit from the community side, of course, very much what Achille said, especially in community, it lives by the volunteers that put their energy in it, but also especially for the new year, for the community team, really focusing on that European community and getting out of those national silos with your national initiatives. No, connect on a European level, learn from each other with European communities. I know it's sometimes difficult or even scary to immediately think on a European perspective, but it is essential, but there is a challenge there.
Thank you. So this concludes our Q&A, but I know the speakers have something else to say.
Do we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Are you doing this slide or was I doing this one?
I think you.
I thought you, but okay, yes. we're standing here as the community for the community poll, and of course we want to always broaden the community. So I know that you're probably here with your small group and already connected with more new voters, but we want to now challenge you to connect with more people. So look around, see if you can see a person that you don't already know, connect with them, this person, ask why this person is in Volt, why they have joined the European community, go to lunch together, because in a bit we have lunch, I believe, and share your stories via Pigeonhole, and we are giving away 3 Volt t-shirts for the most engaging stories. Let's build this European community together.
It was mine.
It was yours.
Thank you.
Good.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That was a very riveting session. It was amazing. Fantastic. I will, if it were for me, I will have it all over again, but I guess now we go to another session, one which is more delicious, and as the bear called it when saw my uncle in the woods, lunch. So now it's time for lunch, and see you here at 1:45, or for those who want to be more precise, 13:45. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Bon appetit.
Hello, everybody. Can we please have you all in? Guys in the back, there's plenty of seats. Please come up. Hello. People, I will not stop until everybody is seated. Alban is coming your way and he is angry.
Welcome back, everybody. Hi, welcome back. How was lunch? Did you guys manage to get something to eat? Great, fantastic. Where is everybody else? Surely we're not bored you to death already. They're on the plane. Oh, they're going back. Okay, fair enough. Can't really say much to that. But welcome back. Shall we do something to like wake up from lunch? What do you think? Yeah? Let's stand up. Let's do a little bit of like star jumps and don't pull any muscles though. Let's just do some star jumps on the spot. Come on. Let's wake up, guys. Wake up. This is the last afternoon. You know you're going to miss us when you go home. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Energy. Energy. Come on. Come on. I want a big whoop whoop for every single one of you. Come on. 1, 2, 3. Whoop whoop. One more time. 1, 2, 3. Whoop whoop. Louder this time. 1, 2, 3. Whoop whoop. That's more like it. Love it. Now I want a big round of applause for yourselves. You have been an amazing audience. We're so happy to have you here. Thank you so much for coming to Albania, first of all. We really appreciate having you here. I hope that you've had a chance to connect with the culture and the people. I hope you've had a chance to... Pardon? I love that. Tirana loves you right back. Now, let's see what we've got in plan next. Because this agenda has been packed. So, can we have the slides for the rooms? Thank you. Okay. So the next topic is going to be Internal Audit Committee election. The Internal Audit Committee currently consists of 2 members, Johan van Kraus, Volt Greece, and Benjamin van der Kwak, Volt Netherlands. I apologize for mispronouncing your names. They have been elected for a period of 3 years at the May 22 annual GA. The internal regulations, clause 3.7, provide that the Internal Audit Committee shall be composed of 3 members. Therefore, to support the current internal auditors in their activities, the Electoral Commission herewith opens the call for candidates for the Internal Audit Committee. Prospective candidates can apply until 16th of November, 9 a.m. CET via the vacancy posted. Well, it says posted here, but there's no link. Okay. We will advertise the link soon, I'm assuming. Okay. Ines? Ines will speak to you now.
All right, thank you. Yeah, this is another vote, and so bear with me. All right, this is the last vote, the election Internal Audit Committee member, okay? So now if we can have the slides. Yeah? All right. These are our candidates. So their candidates are going to introduce themselves and you get to meet them.
Hello to all voters on the other side of the camera. My name is Leonardo Pepel and I have been a member of Volt Chapter Greece since the end of last year and I'm just joining Volt Germany. And just like you, I'm here because I believe in this project, because I believe in the unity of Europe, and then because I believe that Europe's problems are solved with more cooperation between countries, not with isolation and closed nationalisms. I'm applying to join the Internal Audit Committee as a new member, and I'm making this video from the city of Turin, in Italy. Although it's not noticeable, but it's snowing outside, so I couldn't make this video next to an ice monument. So you can get to know me and give me your support during the elections at its General Assembly in the beautiful city of Tirana, capital of a country which we hope will become a member of the European Union soon. I take advantage in here to congratulate the new board recently elected of the Albanian chapter as well. Bravo! I'm currently in Italy for studies, studying a master degree on international relations and European studies, imparted by the Aristotle University of Thessaloniki in Greece and the University of Turin. My experience has been mainly linked to the field of management in public institutions, mainly in Chile, where I was raised. I have dual nationality with Germany, but also I have worked in the private sector in some European countries. I have lived in Norway and Spain, besides Greece and Italy, and I have visited several other countries in Europe, so European reality and their environment are not distant to me. Io parlo l'italiano, English, espagnol, mi ligo l'unica, auch spreche ich Deutsch und je suis en train d'étudier aussi le français. Now, returning to my work experience, as I was telling you, I have worked in the electoral service of Chile, where I was an electoral officer, inspecting mainly the ongoing campaigns and electoral processes to avoid risks and threats to democracy. Demanding accountability and auditing public spending and money deliveries was a priority, so this work within VOL is not going to be a completely new world to me. Nevertheless, this time from the perspective of a party and in the future eventual candidates. But the objective is the same, to ensure that the processes and law are respected so there are not risks of legal, administrative and why not ethical non-compliance. Later, I worked at the General Treasury of the Republic, also in Chile. Something like His Majesty Treasurer in Great Britain. But we don't want to talk about Great Britain, right? And Brexit and this. No, because we don't want to Brexits and Frexits and Jexits. We want this party to function. And for that, we need a party that works effectively and efficiently. In Europe, I have been mostly an operations agent for different projects through outsourced companies. And I'm willing to put my skills and knowledge into service of bold and ex-political projects. In the Internal Audit Committee, I will ensure that we have an impeccable procurement work, that the rules imposed by the European Union and the dedication from and to our political group, the Greens and the European Free Alliance, can feel proud and grateful to have us with them. I will ensure that the necessary protocols are created for the fulfillment of objectives in places where there is still much to do, such as, for example, in relations with other parties and institutions and partner companies. I'm committed to carrying out my work in an honest and transparent manner, and the truth is that this is not difficult for me, because this is how I am normally. I hope we can continue working and growing, and that we become a political force that can transform Europe into the continent that we all dream of. Thank you very much for your attention and see you at the General Assembly.
Hey everyone, Roman here. Can't wait to see some of you in Tirana in the coming days. Those of you who will not be joining us physically, hope you can make it online. I'm sure it's going to be a very interesting event. The wonderful support guys at Volt Europa, they've asked me to prepare a video for my candidacy for the Internal Audit Committee. I'll be completely honest with you from the start, I really don't like the idea of preparing such things. Self-promotional videos, I just don't like to promote myself. So I'm just going to use this opportunity to keep the video as short and brief as possible, most probably shorter than it is even recommended to be. Just to use this opportunity to formally announce my interest, my genuine motivation in running for the position for this term, because to be honest with you, someone recently said that audit is a necessary evil, and I respectfully disagree, but that's just me. I've always liked the profession. I'm not doing it anymore, but I have done it for some time for one of the largest companies in the world, actually. That was before a brief stint with one of the affiliates of the Big Four. Gave me quite an exposure to both pure audit as well as accounting from the bookkeeping perspective. And in addition to that, especially those of you who have an idea about how ACCA works, how ACA works, you know that an important aspect there is ethics. professional ethics. And I've always considered that to be of utmost importance, if not probably the most important aspect, because if you eliminate that aspect from the equation, how can you guarantee that you achieve assurance that the financial statements are true and fair, that they present a true and fair view of the position of an organization, whether profit organization or non-profit organization? So I've genuinely enjoyed the process. I've always liked the field, and I just figured that it looked like an absolutely wonderful opportunity to make a better contribution to our movement, to the party. I had been looking for an opportunity like that for some time, because active citizenship is a basic criterion. I think that's why most of us, all of us, are members to begin with. But I feel like I could do more. I'm not saying that I have a lot of free time on my hands. That's definitely not what I just said. I'm just saying that I feel like I have the time as well as the energy to do it. And that's about it. That's where I was going to keep it brief. So I'm just going to stop here and wish you all to take care, and hope to see more of you in person soon enough. So take care.
Okay, microphone. So the people that just joined us, what we just watched were the videos of the two candidates that are applying to become a part of our internal audit committee, okay? And you'll be able to vote for them. So essentially, our internal audit committee consists currently of 2 members. These are Johan van Kraus from Volt Greece and Benjamin van der Kwak from Volt Netherlands. They have been elected for a period of 3 years at the May 22 annual GA. The internal regulations clause 3.7 provides that the internal audit committee shall be composed of 3 members, hence why we need this election. Therefore, to support the current internal auditors in their activities, the Electoral Commission here within opens the call for candidates for the internal audit committee. And those were the candidates that we have. So now you will be able to vote. Do we already have a time for the vote? Yes, okay, so I hereby confirm that the vote to approve the internal audit committee member has been opened at exactly 14:17 Central European Time and will remain open until 21 Central European Time this evening. So don't forget to vote. Thank you.
Okay, for the next part, I just want to remind everybody that we have 3 sessions going on at the same time. So the main one is Women in Politics and Women here in the main hall. The next session is at Albert Room, which is upstairs. The room, can I confirm it's upstairs? The challenge of living in and doing politics in Albania and what Volt can do about it. That's upstairs at Albert Room. And then Metropole Room is also upstairs. It's upstairs, yeah? Metropole Room is also upstairs, and we're discussing innovating democracy by charge research platform. So there are 3 sessions going on. This one right here, Women in Politics, and 2 more upstairs. So feel free to attend whichever one you like. Now, despite Volt's pushing of gender equality inside and outside of politics, many challenges still exist. This needs to change, and it needs to be a key topic on everyone's agenda. Join this session for an interactive conversation about women's rights, feminist policy, and equal participation in politics. Could I please have Alessia on the stage? Thank you very much.
Of course. Hello everyone, can you hear me? Yes. We will first watch a short video before we go forward with our panel. Thank you. So, hello again, everyone, and welcome to this panel titled Women and Politics and Women. I will be your moderator for the next half an hour at about. My name is Alessia Ruta, I'm from Italy, and I'm currently the communication and political assistant of our amazing co-president of Volta Europa, Francesca Romana D'Antuono. Besides that, I am a master's student in European Studies with a background in human rights and specializing in gender equality, which explains to you why I'm specifically in this panel today. So being in the field, I often heard that there's no need to keep pushing for gender equality, and especially gender equality in politics, because now women have rights, women are in politics, so what do we still want? We're always complaining. How many times we've heard some people who do not support feminism and gender equality say that? Well, to which we can reply that, of course, women are in politics, but what's the state of the art? Because it looks like in different regions of the world, wherever you look at, here you have some headlines about Asia, Southern Eastern Asia, the MENA region, and Africa. Gender equality in politics is not as advanced. And if we look at very recent news, we can think about the US elections, and we are going to see that for the second time, American citizens, US citizens, chose Donald Trump over a woman. And it's not just about choosing a man over a woman, but it's what the values that Donald Trump embodies that are dangerous for our mission to fulfill gender equality. And we're not doing any better either if we look at the most important elections that we had this year in the European Union, the elections for the European Parliament. They were set to be the elections with the fewer female candidates achieving a seat. So, as I was saying before, gender equality in politics is far from being achieved. We have only 19 countries having a woman as the head of state, and 17 countries in the world having a woman as the head of government, which leads us, with some calculations, to conclude that in 130 years, so nobody who is in this room will probably be around at that time, only in 130 years we will finally have gender equality in the highest levels of decision-making, and we want to fix that. In parliaments, we're not doing any better because, as you can see from the slides, the percentage of the countries having achieved fully gender equality in representation in parliaments are not so high. And another thing that is very important to address is once women get into governments, they usually are confined to these portfolios that are very much related to stereotypes about women, because we see women as people who should take care of the family and only talk about what affects them, so gender equality, as if they could have no competence, as we could have no competence in more specific sectors and in the hard politics sectors such as defense. But how about Volt? Do you think that we have managed to achieve gender equality? For sure, there are so many good policies in place. For example, the co-presidency allows to always have a man and a woman at the same time leading the party and leading each chapter of the party. But less than 30% of Volt members are women. And we think this is unacceptable for a party who strives for gender equality in its electoral programs. So we have to make it so the internal scenario of Volt reflects what we promote outside. And that's why we should talk about gender equality in politics with some amazing women in politics that will join us on stage, will join me on stage in a minute. But before that, we want to play a little game with you. So, I need you to follow me and put your hands up like this with all of your, perfect. You're gonna hear a total of 10 statements, and if that statement applies to your personal experience, you'll put that finger down. You can see that this panel was created by Gen Z members of Volt. Put a finger down if you have ever felt the need to justify your interest or involvement in politics. Put a finger down if you ever felt like your role in your family situation held you back from being politically active. Put a finger down if you feel like you don't have enough good political role models. Put a finger down if you have ever felt underestimated because of your appearance. Put another finger down if you have ever had to change the way you dress to be taken seriously. Put a finger down if you have ever been the only person of your gender in a meeting, classroom, or work environment. Put a finger down if you have ever felt like you weren't invited to the table because of your gender. Put a finger down if you ever had someone mansplain something you already knew a lot about. I have some good ones here. Because not only am I a woman, I'm also very young. I'm 22, so. No, I'm afraid we will need a man to mansplain us about mansplaining. Put a finger down if you've ever downplayed your achievements even though you were proud of them. Put a finger down if you've ever mentored or supported a younger woman or girl to help her succeed. Look around the room and reflect on what you see.
Sorry, ladies. Sorry, guys. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for us.
Well, now we will unwrap all of this with, with 4 amazing speakers, some women in politics in Volt, to whom you will be also able to ask your own questions. Please join me.
Okay, so the next people, the panelists coming on stage. Are we doing the video? No? Okay. Can we meet some of our women in politics to the stage? And let me introduce you to our fantastic panel. Lucia Klestinkova, co-president of Volt Slovensko. Stella Psaropoulou, I'm so sorry. Co-president of Volt Greece. Then Isabella Innocenza Venturini, Volt elected official in Cologne, Germany. Who am I missing? Oh, Vera Bugis. I'm so sorry, Vera. They left your name out.
Thank you all for joining us. I would like to remind the audience that as we start, you can already scan this QR code and start asking your questions to these 4 amazing women. But first thing first, I would like to hear from you. How many fingers did you put down? And how did it make you feel, like when you had to think about all of your experiences as women in politics like that?
So I put 8 fingers down. So, no, 7, sorry, I can't count. Sorry, my voice, I'm not sick, I just had a good night out. There you go. So yeah, in total 7 fingers down.
How about you?
I think I had 8 fingers down. And, well, I wasn't really surprised, to be honest. And maybe that is the most hurtful part.
Yes, I also put 8, so the count is there. How about you, Lucia?
10.
10. Well, all of them.
Yes. It doesn't feel great. It's not like the first time I'm doing this reflection, so I'm also not surprised by myself. But it's just a powerful sort of remembering, a reason to remember once again why we're doing what we're doing.
Thank you. That's very powerful, actually. And Isabella, how about you? Sella, sorry. 10.
10, again.
Yeah, probably I'm also seeing that you have been in politics for a little bit more than the other members here. So that's probably you got even more, and you could experience even more discrimination as time went by, because the two of you put down all 10 of them.
It's not just about how long are you in politics. It's how all the reflections that you get in a daily life. So it is a reminder to understand what is feeling, not just in politics, but in a professional level, on a family aspect. So I guess, yeah, it might be different to be, 10, 8, 7, and I hope that you're not going to have to put down 10 figures in a year or in 10 years from now. However, this is how that we have to focus, how to change this mindset.
I completely agree. Now I will ask you a more personal question, so feel free to reply or not to. Which finger hurt you the most? So out of the metaphor, which of the things was more artful to admit that you have experienced as a woman in politics?
For me, it was, I guess, 2 of them. One is around not being invited to the table, because that, to me, triggers the victim wound, I guess, and many of us have within when we feel like we just don't even have a chance to speak up and participate in the process and bring whatever we came here to bring to the table. So the fact that whole layers of societies are kicked out from the conversation before even having had a chance to prove whether they have something to contribute or not, that is, I feel, the biggest loss, obviously, the upfront discrimination. And then the second one is more personal, the one around how we adjust our way of being in politics, which for me also relates to me being a mom. And for that, for me, it's not just about the looks, it's about who do I portray myself as towards the world, and which parts of my identity I can freely express, and how the security threats that I face as a woman, as a mother, impact what I'm showing to the world and which topics I choose to talk about and how. So that is way more hurtful, and I keep having those conversations as we speak also with women in the room around how the security aspect of being in politics impacts our choices to go ahead or not.
Definitely. Also that feeling of having to self-censor your personality and your femininity at times. For example, we had that question about changing the way you dress and the way you appear to fit a male-dominated environment, which is definitely not.
Which is
good.
interesting because all of us grow up being told we're supposed to change how we look, right? It's just shocking, the realization that maybe since we're 12 or 13, depending on the culture we come from, we know we have to be careful not to disturb or not to trigger somebody or just not to stand out too much when we're walking home in the streets. It's just part of our day-to-day security management that we're doing as we grow up in the morning when we're getting ready for the day, what kind of experiences I have ahead, and how do I dress and look so that I also manage my safety. This is absolutely horrifying for many men when I share it with them, like, oh my God, like this is another part of energy that is leaking somewhere that other part of the society don't have to do.
Thank you.
And it's an anxiety also in that, because it's an extra anxiety that we have to think, where am I, what should I do, even what should I wear today and why should I wear, and I have to justify why did I wear something like that, yeah.
For me, it's very spot on because today I decided not to wear a skirt because I'm landing too late and I had to go home. And I'm like, maybe it's not the best case scenario to be alone in a railway station with a skirt. So it's something that just to prove that it happens on a daily basis, as you both were saying. And how about you? Do you want to share which finger hurts you the most?
So for me, so I'm a member of a committee for urban development at the city council, and I'm also responsible for mobility. So there happens a lot of times that when we have some meetings, that it happens that I'm the only woman. So this is something that it's really astonishing that still, even though we said there are more women in politics than a few years ago or 10, 15 years ago, but still there is always situation that I encounter where I'm the only woman at the table. So this is where I feel always kind of self-aware. So, and this is which bothers me because I don't want to think about, okay, I'm the only woman here in the room and mostly the only young person in the room. So I'm getting a bit nervous, a bit self-aware, and that's annoying. I want to focus myself on the topic itself. I want to discuss it, but then, there are so many thoughts in my mind, and I feel also that, sitting in a room or on a table with older men discussing about things, I always have to, take the place. I have to. There is no room where I know I can wait and then I can speak up. I have to be a bit more quicker, sometimes a bit more aggressive in the way I talk or a bit more. And I know that's something that's not always sympathetic for the other people, but that's the way I do it. So this is how I get more attention.
Yeah, maybe I think I'm quite lucky actually in my situation because I'm in this council in the Netherlands where I think maybe 40% is women and also quite a bit of people are quite young. So for me, it's especially when I'm outside of the council, it's often when I'm representing my province that I really have to say, well, I'm actually the elected official. And they were like, oh yeah, you're like one of the volunteers. No, I'm the official. yeah, so you're a committee member. No, I'm the elected official here. And so that gets really annoying after some points because you have to do that several times. Yeah.
As I was mentioning before, the perks of being both a woman and a young person. Now, dwelling into some amazing questions that we've been receiving, how do you think that this lack of representation of women involved affects the values and the policies of the party? Because we know that representation is not simply a matter of numbers, it's what women can bring to the table with their lived experiences to make policies and electoral programs, for example, better. So somebody in our audience is asking, how do you think this can impact?
I would really like to answer this because last year at the GA in Bucharest, I presented a research that we did with a data team because I used to be the co-lead of the data team. And there we showed that actually women voted very differently on some topics, political topics within Volt than men did. So we share the same values, we care about the same things, but we really have different priorities.
Yes.
And I think if we want to get more women involved, then we should also have a debate about this. Because now if people vote, 75% of the votes will be male. So if we vote about priorities, it will mainly be male priorities. Mostly males from the Netherlands, but that's a different topic, not for today, for this panel. So I think we should at least see on which topics, on which priorities we differ, and then have a debate about that, and see for this topic, is it a problem or not? And then see if we can make different priorities so that actually we can get more women to feel attracted to Volt.
And if I may add on that, it's not just about the values of Volt that we have to follow. It's also what is the perspective, a different perspective, a different managerial aspect that they might bring women. So we need to empower it and then engage more of them, not just because, it's part of our values. It's because we need to focus and understand why we want more women in politics and what can they bring. And although they have to struggle because they're going to leave something else, and this is what we, a finger was down by that, and as I said about the family situations, that it's a problematic if you have an extra role to play. But we need to understand what they bring, and that could be embedded in our values extra and in our daily working operation of Volt. This is the most, I think that's most effective to enable.
What I'm thinking, I would like to express my gratitude to whoever enshrined gender equality in the DNA of Volt at the very beginning, the fact that we have gender equal, diverse leadership condition. If it wasn't there, I wouldn't be here. It is because Volt stands for gender equality, and that it's in its very DNA and governance model is what made me and my co-president Rick get into Volt as two professionals who've dedicated their careers to gender equality and women empowerment work. For us, it was the vehicle through which we can continue doing our work that we're doing at the international level and bring it to Slovakia. And that is why Volt Slovakia is what it is, and that is why we have 60% female in our membership. Ooh.
So you may want to answer another question that we received about how to attract women inside national and local chapters, since you have this good percentage in Slovakia.
Make it a priority and make it part of our day-to-day work for a very, very long time ahead. We know it's a huge decision. It's very scary, it's dangerous, one feels lonely, unsupported, anxious, you name it, all this, the baggage of feelings that we bring when we're taking these decisions. And so it's not to be taken lightly. We see a lot of talent around us, but it is our responsibility to come to those women and we see that potential in them. We want to give them the platform. We want to have them in the team and make sure that they feel supported. So it starts by, I feel, identifying the talent and working with them, asking them what they need and what is it that they need to have in place as conditions for them to take the decision. It's not like this is what we offer and it's your choice, yes or no, whether you want to be part of it. I always ask the women that I'm having the conversations with, what would it take for you? What kind of organization would it have to be for you to feel safe that this is the platform through which you want to bring out whatever you stand for in the world? And so it's through that individual empowerment work in combination with the organizational design that I hope over time we will manage to persuade them. But it's really hard, and they have to feel safe and supported, trained, funded, sponsored. So it's really, and maybe we will have then conversation about like the day-to-day work that we can do as Volters, but it's got to be a priority, and that's why it is so hard for an organization like ours to pick our battles, because we are building the identity, we're doing the program, we're doing the fundraising, we have to be onboarding the members, and unless we put it as our top 3, it's not going to happen.
That's amazing, and I'm also happy that we are shining light on the good practices in Volt Slovakia that can definitely be a role model practice for the other chapters. Now, Isabella, I wanted to ask you, how did you overcome? This is another question coming from the audience. How did you overcome the obstacles and the challenges that you first faced when you first joined politics?
Oh, that's a big question. So I must say, when I'm since 2020 in the city council, and before that, Vote in Cologne, we were like quite a smaller team back then. And our main goal was to represent ourselves and go on the streets and make ourselves heard. And then we saw that when we were putting the candidate list, there was just one woman on the list. Just one woman said, I want to candidate for the city council. So there were, and this is also maybe a best practice that I can share also, the men colleagues, Vote members, they actively called me and said, okay, what can we do that maybe you can join this list? So we can't represent Cologne with just one woman on the candidate list. So what can we do? And then I felt that responsibility to do this as well. And the main obstacle maybe was it was also very, very new, everything. And the question that always came was, you were too young. And I don't know if it's like specifically because I'm a woman, but I felt on the streets, like when we were doing campaigning, didn't feel that this kind of question was asked by the other fellow members, male members of Volt. I felt like that was something that mainly came to me or to other female Volt members. And I don't know, I feel like this combination of age and gender is for women a special obstacle, because either you are too young or you are too old, or you are like, I don't know, something is always wrong. So this is something that I feel it's not just about the gender that we face many obstacles. It's always something in combination. So, and if there is even more, a factor more that can be seen as an obstacle, for example, religion, skin color, or any different background in combination with your gender, that's something always that matters. So in my case was always another question beside of being young or okay, cute, but what is this organization? Many didn't feel like we are a serious party. Was also, excuse me, sorry, was also like from my background, because they saw my name, they were a bit confused. So they didn't, the obstacle was for them, so to put us in a corner to say, what are you now, guys? We see you young people, then. So this was not just for myself, but also for both at some times to see, okay, they had some issues to put us in the right frame.
Yes, because not only you're very young, but the party itself is very
exactly,
young.
So
also the party is struggling with ageism, apparently. I think you remarked something very important, which is that also men are a part of the fight for gender equality.
Exactly.
Because we as a society always make this mistake, or often make this mistake, to believe that gender equality is a matter that affects women and therefore must, in a way, be handled by women alone. But it's definitely not like that. Before we move on to our last question, do you also want to share an insight about how you overcame the obstacles you faced?
Well, yeah, so I've always been interested in politics, but when I was young, when I was younger, I would always think like, maybe I'll join politics when I'm like 40 or something, when I'm a bit older, when I know things, like, but then I became, at some point, really, I really believe that we need people from all different backgrounds and also different ages, because you have a really different perspective on things. So, for example, if you're talking about housing, if you are a student, you look completely different at housing problems than if you are someone who's almost retiring. And I think that's also the case for women and men. So you look really differently at things. And so that was for me one of the reasons that I thought, well, maybe I could just try now, because I think I have a different perspective of most people who are in politics now, so let's just try.
We love the motivation. Can we please have an applause for these four amazing women? Now, our last question is not only meant for the women in the panel, but also for everybody in the audience. So you can scan this other QR code to write your answers in the pigeonhole. And it's very important that you do so. Probably we won't have enough time to go through all of the replies that you're going to send, but these replies are being collected by the organizers of the General Assembly, and Volt will definitely take into account all of your suggestions. And the question is, what thing or things we can do as Volt, as a party, and also as individuals to support women in politics, to join politics? Who wants to start?
I think that Lucia told us very good practices that they try to use. Empowerment is one, training, education, motivation that might need, and what are the needs in order, to participate in politics, because this is always an answer to get why. Why do you want to intervene with politics? However, I would like to stress out as always that we want women in politics, but we need to understand that we need also competent people, these people that they are using politics in order, to benefit and serve the people that they vote them, because we have women in politics, but that they are not the best women in politics. And I'm referring, for example, we have the first prime minister in Italy, Meloni, is she the best option, but she is a woman in politics, and perhaps she has to struggle with a lot of situations in order to participate. So it's, the two options of a coin that we have to keep looking and keep talking about that situation, and that can be in our mind, because we see a lot of women just to be in a ballot because it's the percentage that we have to cover, but they don't care. They're not willing to do that. But we need to motivate them. Why you don't want? Why? What is the difference that you want to make? And now we have the options. It is an opportunity. It's an option that you can take and make something different, even from your perspective, and even for those that you believe.
Thank you. How about you, Lucia?
So I feel this conversation often focuses on the recruitment phase of getting more women into politics. What I feel is important is also to tune into the electoral cycle and how the experience of being a woman in politics depends on whether we find ourselves in the hiring stage, getting used to it, why we're doing it, and we already have it in the policy program, tick the box. And then there's this massive stage of being in the campaign, and then there's also the stage of after the campaign, the post-mortem, right? And so when we look at, for example, the campaign experience that some of us have been through this first half of the year, it's important to continue thinking and asking her, what is it that she needs? And now, for example, as Volt Germany are entering a campaign, we can use that as a sort of case study for all of us and think, which one of you in the room are already following Maral on Instagram? If you've seen her video, have you liked it? Have you put a comment there? Doesn't matter if you understand German or not, just throw the heart in there, because if 500 people post a comment on her video, imagine how much money it can save for the team on the budget they need for the campaign. And so that's where the movement can become a fundraising force for Team Germany now in the coming weeks and months if we compensate for whatever they don't have budget for example. So it's a day-to-day little clicking and commenting that we can do on the socials for the women, regardless of whether we understand or not, I feel, because we are represented by the same program. And then if we're lucky to be on the trail with her, then go and ask her what she needs. Bring her a cup of coffee, bring her her chocolate, carry her bag. It's little things that help her save the energy for what she needs to focus on, which is to be the voice for our vision in the face of all the harassment and threats and hate that she will be going through now over the coming weeks. For example, I'm using Meryl as an example, but obviously it's dozens of us. And so it's literally these little pieces of love and self-care that we can give her that help her save the energy and help her focus on what is it that she came here to do. And then there's also this little phase of after the campaign where the women need to sort of retrieve and recharge. For those of us who practice flow and we understand that we are not the same human every 24 hours, give her space and again ask her what you need and pick up the baton and ask her what is it that you can do. It doesn't have to be, I don't know what kind of co-lead role, but maybe it's this little reporting task or compliance or creative piece of work that we can do for each other that will help us distribute the burden. Because we know that the added value of having more women in politics is in their ability to bring this feminine superpowers, the lightness, the creativity, the ability to create new solutions, to connect, the collaboration, the sense of nurturing and birthing new solutions, which is what a woman in nature is. This is the superpower that women can bring into politics. But for them to feel light and creative and able to create those new solutions, they also have to feel recharged. And that is where the responsibility of the tribe comes in, and everybody can define for themselves what is it they can do.
Thank you so much. We're going over time, but I would like to collect just one sentence from each of you so we can close the session, because I really care about hearing from you before we ultimately close this panel.
Yeah, so maybe on a more practical sense, if we are having, for example, meet and greets, or if you're talking to people interested or women interested in Volt, or they're already involved, just let them talk. Don't. I mean, it's not just about men, but some men tend to, to talk a lot, a long time. Mansplaining. I know many of them, they don't mean it in a bad way. They tend to like to express themselves freely and going on and on and on. Just stop, take a pause, and look maybe in the round who is there besides you, and look at maybe the woman or the girl standing behind you or in front of you, whatever, and ask, what about you? What do you feel? What is important? What do you think about it? Give space, and then women will take this space. But you have to let also like pause and listen. I think that's also enough.
Last but not least.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm going to say two things. So
very quick before we get kicked off the stage.
So one really small thing that I heard someone say yesterday, which I think is a really good idea, is we have in some countries really a backlist of onboarding. So why not just onboard the woman first? I think that's a really small thing. And then the other thing, I think we are always talking about these problems with women in politics, but we also have to show that it's a lot of fun. Like, it's really amazing to be able to change something, especially from this different perspective. So we have to encourage people to just try. I mean, I talked to someone yesterday who said, well, I'm not sure if I want to be a candidate. Well, just apply, because that's the whole process. You're going to talk to people about why you want to be a candidate, and you can always drop out later, but just try it, because it's also a lot of fun just to get this experience.
Thank you so much. Thank you to these four amazing speakers, and to everybody who gave hints and suggestions in the pigeonhole. I saw a lot of networking, female and family-friendly events, and also somebody mentioned Eurosense, which is a very powerful tool, Eurosense, VoltSense, that we have. And we want to wrap up this panel with this funny but very, very true sentence, which is, if you think you are too small to make an impact, try to go to bed with a mosquito. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your wonderful thoughts and your candid answers. I would like to invite Ermal Aslan in the session. I don't know, where is it? Oh, yeah, there you are.
Hello, everybody. Can I just quickly ask this amazing audience one question? Throughout this GA, you have been able to participate to Volt Eurosense. Some of you have done so. And some of you are holding on to a yellow ticket. Can I see hands of how many people still have one? Amazing, amazing. Can we have you to follow us backstage for a minute? Thank you very, very much.
What are we doing? What, straight away?
I know you needed the time, so that's fine.
What, fundraising saying half an hour then? I'm confused. confused. What we doing?
We're doing the fundraising now with Rick.
Yeah.
So just invite Rick Setnik on stage.
Read Setnik. I don't. Could I have Rick Zednik on stage, please? We're gonna talk a little bit about fundraising now. I'm gonna have Rick Zednik on stage to tell us a little bit about funding that matches our ambition. We're just getting mic'd up. Take your time, no worries.
Do you hear me? If you hear me? Yes, now you hear me. I hear myself, so you hear me. Okay, great. Round of applause for that last session. Really was really great. Thank you very much. All right. I know we're near the end of the program. We're going to try to make this a little bit interactive. So here we are talking about fundraising 101, sort of introduction to fundraising. It's not even really an introduction to fundraising. It's sort of the first few minutes to think about introducing you to fundraising. That's all we have time for now, but we'll have more opportunities in the coming weeks, months, years. Fundraising is your route to maximum policy and political impact. Who here wants to be able to attract thousands of members to your chapters? Raise your hands. I'm glad to see that. How many of you want to win elections? Excellent. And how many of you want to have policy changes that are going to impact society? All right, that's exactly what I was hoping for. You're in the right session. Hold on a second. I thought this was the fundraising session. You didn't say anything about money. Well, this is the fundraising session. And you have probably fundraised before. How many of you would say you've ever done any fundraising at all? Raise your hand. And how many of you would say you never have done any fundraising? Okay, I'm going to prove you wrong. So, actually, you can't probably read anything up there that's in red. That's okay. We'll come back to that. We're going to do some fundraising right now. And you're all going to help. Okay? Where is Fabian? He's right here. Okay. He's going to explain to you something that we're going to do right now to have impact. Fabian? Is there a microphone that we can give to Fabian?
Test, test. Hi. So, you all have probably had cash exchange here. So you have money that you can't use at home. So what we're going to do now, because a lot of you leave today, so you don't need the money. But Albania, it's a new chapter, it needs the money, and it hosted a wonderful GA. So we have two beautiful tote bags, and we're going to pass them through the lines. And then you, if you have money that you can spare, if you have leg, you put it in. If you don't have leg, you can also put in euro, just, to chip in. And then I will count it and we can do it. And my goal is that we fundraise 100,000. And it has never been so easy to fundraise 100,000 because it's only 1,000 euros here. So guys, let's get 100,000.
Excellent. So, we start that right this minute. The bag's going to circle around. Fabian's going to collect the bag at the back of the room. And by the end of this session, he's going to announce how much we've raised during these 30 minutes. It's for Volt Albania. They've got lots of things that they want to do, and you're going to help make those things possible. It's our way of saying, who's Albanian here? It's our way of saying, I'm not going to get this right, Faleminderit? Anyway, Faleminderit. That's our way of saying Faleminderit. Okay, so look in your wallets quietly, please. Have you ever done any of the things, thank you, by the way, for adjusting the font. Have you ever sold cookies or cakes for charity? Raise your hand if you've ever done that. Okay, some people have done that. Have you ever sold merch for Volt? Okay, some of you have done that. Have you ever done anything canvassing for a cause like Red Cross or Amnesty International or Oxfam? Okay, some of you have done that. Or UNICEF. Have you ever asked a Volter to pay their membership fee? Okay. Have you ever sold raffle tickets for anything? So if any of you raise your hand for any of those things, you have done some fundraising. Okay? You may not have realized it, you may not remember it, but you've done fundraising. So who is a good fundraiser? And I would say to you that there's only 3 things you really need to be a good fundraiser. You need someone who has energy, you need someone who has time, and you need someone who has the right mindset. So energy means passion. Passion for the cause. You're not going to be successful fundraising if you don't care about what you're fundraising for. So that's the first thing. Second thing is it does take some time. Okay? And so there are no shortcuts, right? Any of you who think that the fundraising co-leads for your chapter should be doing it faster, I've got news for you. Okay? There are no shortcuts. So it does take some time. But you do also have the right mindset, because if you take no as an answer easily, you're going to find fundraising very, very frustrating. Nice thing is some bonus assets can be useful, things like some relevant experience, some skills, some contacts. So those will be icing on the cake. But if you've got the first 3 things, you can be a fundraiser. There are some people who do this for Volt already. Some of them are here with us. And I put their names, their faces, their emails up on the screen because I also am hoping we can have impact in a second way during this session. And that is whether or not you're putting cash into the bag, you can help in another way. And that is, do you know somebody that might be a potential donor to Volt? Okay? If you know somebody, it would be super helpful if you could put an email to one of the people up here. So if you're from one of these chapters, great. Maybe you know one of the people on the screen. If you don't, Sandra and Sally, who unfortunately couldn't be here with us, but they're both doing fundraising on a Europe-wide level. If you know them, you can write to them. And if you don't know any of these people, send me an email. I'm at the bottom there. But just tell us a name, or 2, or 5, or 10. Why not? If you've got people you think maybe Volt should approach, we'd like to bring them into our database and start to sort of include them. So even if it's just a name, or if you just say, you should contact my aunt or my next door neighbor, let us know. That's a start. Okay? So, and I clearly got the font colors wrong here. A couple tips if you want to learn a little bit about successful fundraising. What we do not do is say to somebody, hi, we'd like to ask you for some money. That's what you would think you might do, but it's actually not particularly effective. It's much more effective to talk about building the relationship, right? So you are inviting them to deepen their engagement with Volt, that kind of thing, right? Ask them about their interests, ask them about their politics, ask them about their political priorities, their policy priorities. Show them that you're really genuinely interested in what their life priorities are, and then you start the conversation, they realize you're listening, and then it starts to be a conversation where you build a relationship, and with time, then can come the questions about, like, actually doing what we do doesn't happen for free. And if you know somebody who might be able to help contribute, we'd love to be able to talk to them. And they might say, well, actually, I could contribute. That's a nice place to go. Thank you for being so fast with the font changes here. Something that I heard for the first time from Francesca, it's not yours? Okay, I'm going to give you credit and you can give it to somebody else. But this wonderful phrase here, that if you ask for money, you get advice. But if you ask for advice, you get money twice. And that's a wonderful phrase to think about just in terms of how to go about doing this, right? Build that relationship, right? Ask people to see how they can help you in any other way before you start asking for any sort of money. It's who? Pitbull. Oh, Pitbull! Okay, Pitbull fans out there. Really quickly, a few things to think about. So some of you may be saying like, oh, fundraising, how does that lead to my winning elections or us being able to get legislation? Think about running your chapter. You've got volunteers. That's the backbone of everything we do. But it takes other things as well, right? So I'm just curious, just shout out. What else does it take to run your chapter besides your volunteers? Sorry. Flyers. Great. And we can just take flyers from the flyer tree, right? Great. What else does it take to run your chapter? Events. Yeah, and there are lots of people who will let you have venues like this for free, right? And so you can have super events like this without having to have any money, right? What other things do you need to be able to run your chapter? Money. Sorry? Money, right. And you need money to do the kinds of things like flyers and events and things like that. So, there are a lot of things that we all have as costs for running our chapters. It may be venues, we've talked about that. It may be materials, we've talked about that. Travel, right? If you want to go from here to there, wherever there may be, you probably is going to cost you something. And so you have to have money to do that. You may want to have digital tools, right, for your IT systems, for marketing online. There are things that cost money. We need money to be able to achieve the other things that we want to do. So when we talk about fundraising at Volt, where does the money come from? Right? There are a lot of different places that money comes from. And here are just a few of them on the board. But, we've talked, you've seen, hopefully you all voted yesterday for our budget for Volt Europa. And Christoph gave a fantastic presentation yesterday about the budget and the costs and the money that comes in to pay for those costs. There's some we have big ambitions for Volt Europa as well as for the national chapters. And there were money on there, and we were trying to figure out where does that money come from. There are a variety of sources. So foundations is one we think we can do more with in terms of getting grants from philanthropies, etc. High net worth individuals, in case you were wondering what that acronym stood for. High net worth individuals, basically rich people. People who maybe have more money than they necessarily need. They necessarily know what to do with, but they're really excited to actually have an impact in the world, right? And so those are the kinds of people that we can reach out to. Crowdfunding, people who maybe aren't rich people, but they also want to have an impact, right? And so they might say, okay, instead of buying myself a Starbucks coffee today, I might donate €5 to Volt, right? And that's great. That's super helpful. We need that kind of thing as well. And then if you were saying, some of you raised your hands for saying you were helping sell merch or maybe tickets to events like this, those kinds of things. Those are other sources of revenue and income for Volt. So these are all different ways of raising funds. What Christoph presented yesterday and we all voted on was the budget for Volt Europa, right? It did not include the budgets for all the national chapters, right, which you are all responsible for creating and executing. We have these two legs. If you think about it this way, right, Volt Europa and the chapters are like two legs. And we cannot move forwards very effectively with only one of those legs. We need both legs to be able to walk forwards and even run forwards. And so the two have to be coordinated. And so we have to be coordinated and we have to be communicating back and forth so that the left side knows what the right side is doing and vice versa. And this is the only way we're going to be able to move forward. And this is where it's so true also in fundraising, right? Sometimes, like everything, it's very tempting and risky to fall into silos. You say, oh, well, I'm just worried about my national chapter, or, Volt Europa is just thinking about its priorities and not worrying about my little chapter, whatever. We need to realize that actually each of these legs is much stronger. It's much greater than the sum of the two legs, right? Volt Europa exists only because of the chapters. The chapters exist because there are other chapters, and thanks to Volt Europa, there's a coordination amongst the chapters. So all of the fundraising we do, a donor doesn't really typically care. They say, I want to support Volt. Sometimes they might say, I want to do something here in Rotterdam, or in Karlsruhe, or in Lisbon, or wherever. But often they're just like, I love Volt. I want to support you all and what you're doing. And then it's for us to make it easy for them. and for us to decide how we manage that. But that's not something that we really should get caught up in. We'll figure it out, and there will be ways to do that. We'll coordinate, we want to support each other, and that'll allow a unified vision and collective growth. Are those bags going around, by the way? Where are the bags? All right, already towards the back of the room. Excellent. So Fabian is going to start counting Lex right now. So we are walking this talk in two ways, one of which is through those bags that were being passed around. The second of which is you're going to be hopefully emailing some of us some names of people that you think we should be in touch with. So I put those names and email addresses back up on there. So take a picture maybe if you don't necessarily want to type it all out right now. Take a picture of that slide so you know who you maybe can send this to. If not right now, then tonight, tomorrow, but don't wait longer than that because you'll forget after that. And then we really want to open this up for some Q&A. Hopefully some of you have had experiences, you've had questions, maybe you have concerns, and some of the people who were there a moment ago are here with me to help us answer some of these questions. So I'm going to turn over to our fantastic moderators and let us know when we've got our first questions. Do you have any yet?
No,
okay.
No questions.
Keep that QR code up there. But also, if anyone wants to just raise your hand, you can also do this the old-fashioned way and have questions through that. Maybe let me just call up. So maybe Martin, and why don't you join up here? Yeah, great. Here, Gert. Great. Basile. So here we go. So hopefully at least one of these faces is familiar to you. If not, then they're being very stealthy in their work. But I'm going to actually sort of start with, oh, you have a question.
Yes.
Excellent.
Okay, so the question is, what are some no's for fundraising?
Some no's?
So no's, like
Don't
you
do.
can't do.
Some don'ts.
Yeah, don'ts. Yeah.
Okay, great question. Who wants to start with answering a question like that? Geert? Yeah.
I think a big no, and a lot of people are often concerned about this, we're not a tit for tat. So it's really important that we make sure that the money that comes in serves our ideals, and it's not like you're buying influence. Especially with large donors, this is something that's very important. We can make sure that your network grows, but you are not buying your political points into our organization. That's still something we decide together.
Great point.
So don't promise anything of the sort, please.
Great point. Other answers? That's a great answer.
So the next question is, how can you tell if fundraising was really truly successful? How can you tell if fundraising was really truly successful? And also to the people, please scan the QR code and ask questions through Pigeonhole, because then we can see everything and sort it out.
Adrian, do you want to take that, or Martin?
The nice thing about fundraising is you get a big number at the end if you do it well. So that's yeah, and that converts, and working together with your campaign leads really makes this very tangible, right? 10,000 euros sounds amazing, is amazing, but then seeing that those 10,000 euros fund 3 weeks of flyering on the streets, that's how you can tell it works. You can see more purple. You get Instagram ads yourself. Then you know, yes, I'm doing my job. I'm getting many ads myself. That's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to think in leading indicators and lagging indicators. I would say the money is just the lagging. So that's the final result that you get at the end. But the leading indicator in the beginning is probably the amount of events that you organize, the amount of emails that you send out. And that is something you can measure. It doesn't have to be money. So as you see these things come up, you're on the right track.
And a very important part in fundraising is recurring funds. So we see these in our budgets. Every year we talk about fundraising, and we also try to secure people who are willing to commit for multiple years, for example, or funds coming from a place that we know will come in for multiple years, because it will give us continuity. The constant, constantly being afraid if you'll lose funding and you'll have to downscale your organization, it's very difficult. So also outside of election years, we need to make sure that we keep that going. And if you're able to do that without the pressure of an election, it's a real show of maturity of your fundraising efforts.
Great points. I saw there was a question in the front row. You still have a question to ask?
We have it here. We have.
Oh, you have it there?
Yes,
It's been typed in. Excellent. It's not typed in? Okay, well, we're also going to want to take the question from the front row.
Okay, Chris, go.
Thank you, Ines, so much for that. Thank you. Thank you for this great session. I'm Chris from Rotterdam. I'm wondering what percentage of our total European revenue is currently fundraising versus membership fees or maybe other funds, and versus what ideal percentage would you like? And the same question perhaps for a couple of national chapters, because I have no idea if that's similar or completely different. Does it make sense, the question?
Yeah, it does. So, is Christoph here, by the way? Okay. He's the best person to answer the question about what are the actual breakdowns. It was in the budget, which we all voted on, so hopefully we have access to that information if you want to look for it. And maybe you have answers from your own chapters. Did you want to answer on your? Yeah.
Oh, the ambitions to Germany, maybe.
I can answer for the German political party system. The big German parties are part of a system called public party financing. So the government basically pays money towards the parties, but you only get money if you have a lot of votes and if you fundraise yourself as a party. So especially smaller parties, they need a higher ratio of fundraising. So let's say a big party like CDU, they have maybe only 5% of the total funds through fundraising, whereas Volt Germany has a significant higher share, let's say 70%. So it really depends on how big the party is, and I would say the smaller the chapter, the more important is fundraising, because you're not part of the official party financing system. Super interesting. Yeah. And in terms of numbers, because you just added like what's the ambition for Volt Germany, we heard about this snap elections happening in 2.5 months from now. And usually it takes 4 to 5 million euros to bring in a party to the parliament. So that's roughly the ambition.
More than we'll probably have in the bag today. But yeah. But it's true, like the new chapters, fundraising is everything. I mean, right? It's virtually everything. Because there's no access to funds that have been achieved, public funds or anything like that. Great. Ines, you had another question?
Yes. The question is, would it be wrong to take it as a pitch to investors? Hey, we have these projects, we want to execute, but lack funding. Can you put in 10K? Results we hope to deliver are A, B, C.
A small thing. Overall, just we saw it from Pitbull, just don't ask for money, ask for help. It really does help, because they might say, oh yeah, I have some friends who can put 10K in and I will put 10K in myself. It is good to have some clear goals, like, oh yeah, overall this project will cost 10K. Would you be able to help? We could organize, you could call some of your friends, stuff like that. That's the one thing I would change about this pitch, I think.
Do you want to add to that?
I completely agree.
Good. Jakob, you have a question there?
Yes. What is the Spinoza Circle and how do you become part of it?
Great question. So the Spinoza Circle should not be a mysterious thing to anybody here, right? It probably is a little bit, so let's demystify it a little bit. So this was created, and I know there are some people here who were there at the time when it was created. Francesca, do you want to answer the question? Great.
I want to answer the question also because there's a lot of male dominance.
Yes.
I'm going to be dominating you a little bit. Hello. So the Spinoza Circle also exists in the Netherlands. I don't think maybe in France as well. Yes, okay. And it's a circle of donors in which you enter, if I'm not mistaken, with not a big donation, something like committing to donate 5,000 in the throughout 5 years. So you really just need 1,000 to enter. It was initiated, I think, in 2022. And it's a circle for donors. Initially, we wanted to do different layers according to how much you donate. But in the end, we don't have a lot of volunteers in European fundraising. So you know what to do. And what do we do with them? We update them on our goals. So we have elected someone new in this or that region. We are now at X, Y, Z numbers. These goals are all things that we decide. So the donors don't decide on what's our projects, what do we need to achieve. And then more or less every year we invite them to Brussels or maybe in the future to some other location, let's see, to visit the parliament and be with us and learn about what we're doing. That's it. How do you build one? Start fundraising and getting people to you, and maybe you can also build your Spinoza circle.
Great.
And to add to that, if you want to start, you can email us and we will help you out. So even if it's just an idea.
Yeah, actually, we're starting a WhatsApp group among people that want to help fundraise for their chapters. So we're sharing knowledge among each other, and for example, Martin and all the Netherlands team as well have a lot of things they've shared with us in the past 2 days on how to start small, like kind of Spinoza circles in your own country. So you can reach out to donors and invite them, and these techniques of reaching out and organizing these events, we share these techniques in that WhatsApp group. So if you want to join that group, reach out to me at the end of this talk, and I'll add you. Yeah.
Excellent. Great. Are there any more?
Yes, a lot of them actually.
Okay.
We won't have time for all, so if you speed up, we can cover more. So how can we convince donors to donate if we, especially the smaller chapters, don't yet have any electoral successes to show?
You want to try it?
Well, this is where being part of Volt Europa is amazing. You have successes of all your other chapters of Volt Europa in the MEPs, right? You can share those successes because we're following the same policies, the same goals. So you can say like, okay, if we get elected, these are examples of what we could do. And yes, we can get them done because look at what we did in Volt Netherlands. Look at what our MEPs are doing. It is easier if you have elected officials, but use Volt Europa in this.
Great answer. Next question.
Is there a way regular voters can see how fundraising is going everywhere? Do you keep track of and publish numbers?
Wow, that level of transparency is aspirational at the moment, I would say. But it's a great aspiration to have. I don't know, is it on a national or local level transparent to that degree? Or
I mean, all the numbers are in the budgets.
I think it's really something for the future to consolidate this information, but it is part of like your campaign evaluations. So you look back, what were our goals, how much did we reach, and especially something that's interesting, what's our percentage of large donors and small donors, and it kind of shows your maturity of your fundraising and what your goals are. So it needs to line up in the big picture as well. But we don't have like a booklet you can now download and see what comes in everywhere.
And maybe to add on this, and this is where Volt is really special, most of the big or established parties, they're not super transparent around their donations. Volt has it in the statutes that each donation which is above 3,000 euros is going to be on the website. So it's on the Volt Europa website, it's on the national chapter websites. So this is fully transparent. Each donation, I can only speak for Germany, above 35,000 euros needs to be registered with the parliament. So this can all be looked up, but we don't have like a dashboard which is on a day-to-day basis. But Volt is one of the few parties which is extremely transparent with its own donations, which is amazing, I think.
Great points.
All right, final question because of time, but the question is, I am new in a regional board and responsible for fundraising. What is the easy start to get into action?
Yeah. Kurt?
Yeah, just come find us and we'll help you out. No, seriously, because we can sit down and discuss your situation and see what we can do. Maybe even help out with some capacity from other countries. So, yeah.
And part of what this session and what we're doing this weekend is about is indeed trying to create the contact so we can facilitate that far more than ever before. Great, thank you for the questions. Just before we wrap up this session, as I said, we're walking the talk. Fabian? Where is Fabian with his bags? Yeah, let's go.
Fabian has left the building.
Look at this. This is walking the talk. This is running the talk.
Okay, it took some time because you have been amazing. It's like the bags were full. We are nearly at 100,000, so we are like, I think, at 95,000. So if someone still has like, some euros left. But no, it's huge. We also have like English pounds, we had Swiss francs, we had zloty from Poland, so we really collected a lot of money. You really got rid of it. So yes, thank you a lot. So if someone still has like 5 or 10 euros to spare, we can reach the 100,000 because we are not finished collecting the technical coins. Oh yes, new people enter the room. So we were collecting money, especially like leg, because you don't need them anymore. You can't use them at home. So if you still have leg that you need to get rid of, you can give it there, like in the right corner at the big money pile, and we are nearly at 100,000. So we can say we fundraised 100,000 leg.
Are our Albanian board, any of the members of the Albanian board here that we can ask? Olaf.
No
Olaf.
one. No one. There's no one here.
What?
From the Albanian border, no one.
Can you answer that question? So you're gonna have 100,000. We promise you that. What does that mean to Volt Albania? And then we close.
Well, it means that I will have a nice lunch tomorrow. Oops.
Our treasurer, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, that's a secret, I guess. No one heard that. Well, it is. I don't know. It was a fantastic 2 days for us. Well, yeah. Well, let's try to forget what happened. Like, if anyone wants free lunch tomorrow, you know where to find me. So it's been 2 fantastic days for us. Like, really sobering up and really humbling. Thank you for choosing us.
Thank you so much for being here with us. It's been an incredible weekend. Thank you. Thank you. You're far too kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're such an amazing audience. Oh, wow. I did not expect a standing ovation, I'm not going to lie. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are amazing.
We're part of a wonderful family.
It's so overwhelming, this response, this energy, you all being here, the involvement, the hard work that's gone into all of this. I want to thank everybody.
Yeah.
Our admin team, all the volunteers, everybody involved in ZGA, the hard work that we've been putting through to get this happening. It's been incredible. You're an amazing team, and I can't wait to do this again.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for choosing Tirana as the center for GA. And, we will go and end up in a well of thankfulness. So to cut it short, I invite Ralph from the Electoral Committee to show the results.
Raphael.
And to save us from this moment of only thank you.
Oh, it's working? Great. Hello, everybody. So I'm Raphael from the Electoral Committee, and we're happy to announce the results for these 2 votes. I'm happy to say that we finalized the counting, so the results are here. That's the first good thing. So myself and Brieux are in the Electoral Committee. We currently lack people so just before announcing the votes. We currently lack people. It would be great to have additional people. If you have a data background, if you have just any willingness to check, well, compliance-related aspects, it would be great to have you. So please feel free to talk to us. You can reach out on Workplace, you can come and talk afterwards, and we'll be happy to explain what the role is about. And now let's get to the fun fact. So, strategy vote. Everything is good. So, we've adopted a new vote strategy. I'd really like to thank everyone who was busy working on this. It's important, and well, the work that was put into this is just immense. I'm happy also to see that Volt, apparently we all tend to agree on everything, which is great. So as we can see, there were 693 votes. Sadly, the participation rate is still a bit low, but overall, it's been accepted, so we have a new strategy. And our second fun part, I know some people were a little bit worried about the budget. Thanks again to everyone who was working on the budget. It's an immense task also. So really, thank you to everyone who was on that. So on the first question regarding the board's proposed budget, it has been accepted. Also, again, we also tend to agree, so that's great. Regarding the second one, it's also accepted, also approved. And regarding the last one, concerning the remuneration of the board of directors, it has also been accepted. So glad that everything was adopted, and I'll now leave the stage to someone else. But thanks again for voting. It's important. Please make sure that other people continue to vote. Like, let's try and make sure that the participation levels go up. That would be really great for us also as a party to be able to have a united voice and everyone to be heard. So thank you for voting, and I'll now leave the floor.
Thank you. And now for the final part, just before we close this amazing weekend, I want everybody to give the biggest cheer and applaud for our co-president, Francesca. Can you please give her a massive big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? Francesca.
Again, let's try again. Yes, it works. Okay, all right. I won't take long to give these final words. It's very hard to close the General Assembly. It's been just 2 days, but to me it feels a bit like a week because we've really gone through a lot, discussed a lot, met a lot, and also listened to a lot of interesting things. I feel this GA has been a little bit special because it's the first one after the European elections, and it's also the first one we do in a non-EU member state. So to me it is really it has an incredible political meaning. It also unveils that things are getting real. And what I mean is, for example, that today we have had discussions around Kosovo and its independency and enlargement of the EU. And these are things we're going to need to discuss because we are united, but we come from very different cultural backgrounds. And now the conversation becomes more intense and we can find agreements in the way that the EU cannot find it. Because remember that what we are doing is really pioneeristic. We have a united European Union structure, but we don't have the people of the united European Union. And that's great that we are pioneering this. It's fantastic to see the Netherlands discussing with Italy, discussing with Greece, discussing with Cyprus, discussing with Slovakia, and so on and so forth. It's something that we give for granted because this is our crowd. We feel at home when we're here, but it's not something that happens in every community. So it's very special, remember that. Now, we're gonna go home in short, and I hope you bring the energy that you gather during this couple of days to your home country. There are a couple of messages that I would like to give. Number one, if you're not Dutch or German, you probably are from a small chapter. Please remember that a small chapter is not like me. I'm short. I can wear all the high heels I want, but I'm still short. Being a small chapter is just a stage of your development. And you can and you must fight to become bigger, because the bigger you become and the more people will know about this beautiful news we're bringing. There is an alternative. There is an alternative to the far right. There is an alternative to the hate, to the division, to the polarization. There is an alternative. And the second one, the second message I want to leave you with is that we're not here for the mainstream. We're not here to support ideas that already have a lot of consent and a lot of support. Every important revolution in history has started from a minority, from an idea that was not necessarily common, that was not necessarily understood by everybody. But this is the beauty of what we're doing. We can create a revolution. We can create a new way of doing politics. So be brave, remember this. And make sure that everybody knows, and make sure that we all come together next time with way more people, a lot more energy, and a lot more successes, because we can. Thank you very much. 10 seconds to conclude. Maybe a bit, it will feel a bit less political, but I do think it is important that we take a moment to really, really thank the team that has organized this GA. It starts obviously with the Albanian team. They welcome in their own, and they really made us feel home. So thank you for that. It's a small chapter, as said, because it's just a stage, but soon I know that we will have many more Albanian members. So thank you for all the energy you put in this. I promise we won't do the very long thank this, and that, but I have to spend some words for the Secretary Generals. Achille here in front, Tetske over there, and George I don't see, but you know how Georgia GA is, he runs everywhere. Yes, these are the 3 full-timers at the moment hired in Volt Europa, and they are really a driving force. The amounts of hours they work, I feel a bit ashamed because, oh my God, you should not work that much. But they are a fantastic team and the best we could have. And of course, it's thanks to them that we have so many engaged volunteers in the organizing team. So to all of you, especially standing in the background, thank you for organizing all of this. It's very special. It's over 100,000.
And now it's time for the best part of the GA. I invite all of you to stand up again and to join me in giving this 100 lek to the Albanian. Oh, well, first another
I need to say
thing.
some very legal.
Yes, sorry, I was
sorry,
kidding. Go ahead.
people, but very legal sentences, or this won't be legal. Anyways, I just wanted to let you know that. So we've had the vote results, so we approved everything. So great job, guys. The ones that you haven't seen, the results will arrive at latest on Friday. If anyone has any questions or wants to be a part of the organization, reach out to the General Secretary office and they will guide you from there. And then I will officially close this GA mentioning that we follow the statutes, and I confirm as a chairperson that all debates have been conducted in English and have been accessible to all Voter Open members. And then we reach the end of these discussions, and I officially close the General Assembly.
People, it's time we give the money to Vote Albania, so please everybody join me on stage and we make a fantastic picture.
Forgot a zero.
Hey, oh, okay.
I'm not used to rapping numbers.
I know, right? You're just from the richest chapter ever. Thanks. Thanks.
And it's Ermal's back and he wants it back. And it's Ermal's back and he wants it back.
Oh, there is.